It's impossible. Never was, never will be. That's just the reality. We need to start accepting it. When you are in a situation where there's not enough, and it even seems weird to say it, courage to do everything you can to protect the lives of kids, and you don't do it because you're fearful of something? Like, fearful of what? Fearful of what? The tyrannical government? The biggest lie that's ever been told is the lie about the Second Amendment. The single biggest lie that's ever been told is about the Second Amendment. About you don't understand the history. And here we are again. Until the next time. And then we'll hear thoughts and prayers. Christian school now, right? By the way, we're streaming on YouTube. If you guys haven't found us yet on YouTube, please consider subscribing over there because we'll eventually work our way over to YouTube. Thanks, guys, for helping out with that. No, Antonio, it sounds like you don't understand history. That's the sad part about it. No one, it's, again, you know what? Let's just do this. I've got an interesting bit of audio that I'd like you to hear because I think it's appropriate. Really appropriate, as a matter of fact. This is former Chief Justice Warren Burger talking about the specifics of the Second Amendment and how it's the biggest lie that's ever been told to the American public. And I think it's incredibly important that we listen to it. This is from 1991 PBS NewsHour.
Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court from 1969 to 1986. Charlene Hunter Gault spoke to him last week.
If I were writing the Bill of Rights now, there wouldn't be any such thing as the Second Amendment.
Which says?
That a well-regulated militia being necessary for the defense of the state, the people's rights to bear arms. This has been the subject of one of the greatest pieces of fraud, I repeat the word fraud, on the American public by special interest groups that I have ever seen in my lifetime. Now just look at those words. There are only 3 lines to that amendment. A well-regulated militia. If the militia, which was going to be the state army, was going to be well-regulated, why shouldn't 16 and 17 and 18 or any other age persons be regulated in the use of arms the way an automobile is regulated?
Yeah, right? Yeah, that was former Chief Justice Warren Burger talking about that. Again, the data, the historical significance, especially for people on the right who think they know the history of the Second Amendment, you don't. You have no idea what it is. You just live in your little bubble. Because again, it's easy because then you can use it as a tool, literally, the words in the Second Amendment, which you don't understand, to say, well, it's the threat of the tyrannical government. Sadly, the reality of it, because again, the entire system that we live in was built under racism and white supremacy, was established because Virginia slave owners in particular were worried about the slave rebellion. So they petitioned the government to become part of the militia so that they could go after slaves. Yeah. Historical. Let me just real quick. Good morning. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Well, yeah, about the whole slavery thing, like it's really on my mind. So just elaborate a little bit more and I'll tell you what I've been through.
Sure. Go. Did you have I'm sorry, I just didn't understand what you said last. You had a comment about what in particular?
Yeah, so what you mentioned earlier really triggered me because it made me realize that I'd been through the same sort of thing. So back to what you were saying about the power. Can you go back to that, please?
What power? I'm sorry, Eggs. I'm not. I don't know what you're trying to say.
What you were saying about 5 minutes ago, you said something.
I'm sorry, Eggs. I don't know what it is that you'd like. Is there a point that you'd like to make?
Okay, so the point of this discussion, right, is MAGA has never been about protecting kids.
Correct.
And so what is your stance? Like, tell me about your stance, and then I'll come with.
Do you believe it to be true that MAGA does care about protecting kids?
No, I don't.
Okay.
So your version, like, what were you saying after that?
Eggs, I'm sorry. I don't know what you're trying to say. Do you have a point that you would like to make? Do you have a story, or do you have a point that you would like to make?
Well, yeah, I do actually.
Okay, let's get to that.
I'm not so sure if it should be broadcasted so lively, so maybe we should just chat separately. But about the protective thing, they choose governments, they choose schooling. There are so many authorities that are out there, religions, and they're never legit.
I think I'm going to move on, Eggs, but thank you for being here today. I appreciate you. I don't even know what that was. Anyway, everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Let's get out to the FYP, friends. I really appreciate that, and we really appreciate your help. Good morning, Rob. How are you today?
Good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
A little bit of combative against your post, I guess. I have two, possibly three questions. First, I have two, possibly three questions. Firstly, when you mentioned that you kind of scoffed at a tyrannical government, do you not think that a government could become tyrannical?
It's not the point, friend. That's not why people claim that the Second Amendment was written in protection, in allowing the citizens to protect itself against the tyrannical government. That's just not the history.
But do you believe that government could be tyrannical?
It's such a hypothetical. What does that mean to you? What does tyrannical mean?
Truly governing the people with force.
You
Hitler,
know,
what
governing the people
Hitler
with
did.
force. So how old is our country?
200. We're one of the youngest nations in the history of the
Right. So
world.
have we seen examples of a tyrannical government where the citizens
Within
have been
our government, no.
okay? So then it's a
In
hypothetical.
our lifetime, yes.
Do you
In
genuinely
this nation,
okay? It's a fantasy. This is the fantasy. So I guess the question that I would have for you then is, if do you care about children?
absolutely.
Then why wouldn't you be willing to do anything and everything to protect them?
Because that's a very broad spec.
No, it's the reality. You're muted.
Is to get rid of the guns. Well, getting rid of the
No,
guns does several different things.
again, the question I ask you, Rob, are you willing to do anything and everything to protect children?
Absolutely.
But you're not, though.
If you get your only argument is to get rid of the guns.
Did I say that?
That's
Have you
your
heard me say
counter
that?
argument.
Have you heard me say that?
Oh, am I not willing to do anything and everything to protect children?
Universal background check. Would you support that?
100%.
So from every single state, from sea to shining sea.
I think the Second Amendment should apply to all states. There should be a constitutional carry. I do believe that
Once again, Rob,
in
would you
order to purchase a gun, there should be background checks.
Rob, universal background checks from every state, exactly the same from state to state. Would you support that?
I have said yes.
Okay.
Would you support
red flag laws?
I think red flag laws I think they would have to be very specific.
They are. Okay. Would you support, again, a system of red flag laws identifying threats from state to state so it's consistent from state to state?
It would depend on what those red flag laws are.
See, again, you're not willing to do anything, Rob. This is my point. Would you support
Just because someone gets a speeding ticket and they have
No, speeding tickets have nothing to do with red flag laws. You don't understand them. Would you support raising the age to purchase from 18 to 21?
You have to be 21 to purchase
No, you
a
don't.
rifle. The only thing you can purchase at 18 is a pistol and a shotgun,
Okay,
or a
again, would you
shotgun.
would you support raising the age of purchase from 18 to 21?
I don't think so. No, because
So
then
again,
you limit.
then you're not willing to do everything. That's my point. Would you support universal health care so people could have access to mental health?
Yes,
For again, you would be willing to support universal health care so everybody in our nation had access to mental health care.
yes.
Good. So,
I believe
but you're
free.
not willing to do
I
everything.
believe medical and healthcare should be free for all. I think that is a right. I think that is a God-given right. We are a
I would agree.
country who we are a country who
But you're not willing to do everything. You said you'd be willing to do everything and anything, but you're not. If
because
you're willing,
your bases are a broad spectrum. Red flag laws. What is included in those red flag laws that you would like to see?
well, I think obviously something that poses a threat to themselves or to society, for whatever that might be, domestic violence cases, whatever that might be. I would love to have that
Oh, you
conversation.
ever heard of
Let
a
me finish.
silver bullet?
Let me finish. I'd love to have that conversation with people who are willing to have that conversation. Again, it takes courage. The Second Amendment does not protect the citizens against government tyranny. It just doesn't. Do you know what the history of the Second Amendment is?
Yes.
What is it?
When you say domestic violence, all
What's the history of the
poses a
Second
threat to
Amendment?
themselves
What's the Second Amendment?
is the
What is
right
it?
to keep and bear arms.
What is it? What's its history?
I'm not understanding that is the history
Why was it written? Why was it established?
for militia to a counterintuitive to a tyrannical government. That
No.
is very quite possible.
No, that's not why it was written. Are you interested in learning the history?
Why was it written?
It was written because, in particular, Virginia slave owners were concerned about the slave rebellion, so they petitioned the government to be included in the militia, so that they could be so that they would have protection of retribution by going after their slaves.
What is a
That's
militia?
what is a militia?
What is a militia?
Why don't you tell me what do you think the militia is?
No, what is a militia?
I'm
Real
asking
quick,
you.
Rob.
Go
Hi.
ahead.
Hi, I'm Dr. Benjamin Daldero. I'm one of the foremost authorities on this topic in the world, having been interviewed by everybody from Reuters AP, Fox News to the Washington Post. What are the 27 words of the Second Amendment? Oh, he ran.
I don't run.
What?
I don't know them
What
off
are
the
the
top of
27
my
words?
head. I mean, I'm not
Oh,
reading it
a
right off the top of my
well-regulated
head.
militia, comma, being necessary to the security of a free state, comma, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, comma, shall not be infringed. What is the independent clause in that sentence?
The right of the people, I would imagine.
No, that's a comma between. So the independent clause can be identified as the words before the first comma and the words after the last comma.
Correct.
So that is the well-regulated militia shall not be infringed. Where in the Constitution does it talk about who can regulate the well-regulated militia?
It doesn't.
Absolutely does. Article 1, do you know who that refers to?
Who it refers to?
Mm-hmm. Who is Article 1 about in the Constitution?
The people.
Article 1 is about Congress. Okay? Do you remember what the 10th Amendment says?
Elected
Jump
by
there.
the people.
No. Do you remember what the 10th Amendment says?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Powers not given directly to the federal government or enumerated to the states. Okay? Article 1, Section 8, Article 1, the powers of Congress, what Congress can do. Okay? Section 8, the enumerated powers of Congress, so the very written that the Constitution gives to the federal government. Clause 15 says that Congress can call forth the militia to put down people who want to fight a tyrannical government. That's what Clause 15 says. Clause 16 says that Congress gets to determine how you're armed, why you're armed, when you're armed, where you're armed, and the hoops you have to go through to be armed.
And they've already regulated that. You can't have machine guns. Common citizens can't have fully automatic weapons.
The point is that the Second Amendment is not an individual right. It is a state's right to a militia. It eventually became the National Guard. for the reasons that Steve said, because all the worst things in the Constitution were written by Virginia, like the Three-Fifths Compromise, all to uphold the system of slavery. They were afraid that a standing army would take away slavery or prevent them from going and recapturing runaways. And so they wanted state militias to go round them up. And that's why today, that group that was the state militia, their star looks a lot like the sheriff's office star. They were called slave patrols. Those were state militias at the time. And they would go and round them up. They were afraid a standing army would stop that. And that's what they considered tyranny against the government, the insurrections against the government. They did not want you to rise up against the government. That was never the intent of the founding fathers, because they put it specifically in Congress that they get to control you. And then in Article 2, who was Article 2 about?
But when they created these laws, we didn't have the capabilities that we have today.
And
A standard state militia.
You definitely couldn't stop the federal government if they wanted to do anything to you. Are you saying
the Constitution's outdated, Rob?
I don't know that it's outdated. I think there are certain things that need to be reworded to fit today's society. We didn't have fighter jets when these laws were written. We didn't have the things that could suppress a militia instantly before it even started. Instantly, when these laws were written,
it was Rob. Do you know who Antonin Scalia was?
I've heard the name. I don't know a specific.
Have you heard of the Heller decision?
Mm-mm.
That's the one that says that the Constitution allows you to have a right to a handgun. Okay, Antonin Scalia wrote that. You know what he wrote about what you're talking about right now? That if the militia can't stand up against the government, too bad. That he wrote that in the Heller decision, and he was the most conservative justice at the time.
So there's an old war story.
Can you address Rob? Can you address what Ben just said? And by the way, he is the preeminent scholar on this issue, so I would be mindful of that. Okay, so can you address what he just said? The litany of information that he provided you for free.
But I'm saying it's too bad if you can't beat the government. The government is almighty.
Everything that he said, everything about what the militia
and you could never beat the government. Like, first of all, you can't buy nukes. You will never be able to buy nukes. You can't buy a fighter jet. You will never be able. Right. That would never be allowed. There will never be a law passed or changed to the Constitution to allow you to do that. But they don't even have to use any of that. They don't have to send a single soldier, corpsman, Marine, anything to your house to collect your weapons if they don't want you to be there. All they have to do is send a drone. How do you, with your AR-15, defeat a Reaper drone?
That would be that's protected. You cannot use military on the American people.
That's not true.
That's not true at all. Posse Comitatus.
You 100% can't.
Insurrection Act. Donald Trump wants to use the U.S. military to go after 100%. Undocumented people who are protected by the Constitution. Did you know that?
Yep. 100%.
Our Constitution is for our citizens.
14th Amendment. Do you know what the 14th Amendment is, Rob?
I'm sure I've heard bits and pieces of it.
Do you know that if you are in America, you're protected by the Constitution? People who are born in America as well. So he wants to go after birthright citizenship. In the 14th Amendment, any persons born and or naturalized are citizens of our country.
He's throwing a lot of stuff out there in discussion, and everything should be discussed.
Did you know, Rob? Did you know that or not? It's simple. If you didn't know it, just man up and say I didn't know.
Specifically, no.
Okay, so are you okay with violating the rights of people who have brown skin?
And all illegal immigrants don't have brown skin. It's not a racial thing.
Oh, really?
It is a thing.
Okay, so how would that work?
Are you fine with having millions of people here?
We're not going to pivot. We're not going to pivot away from this topic. You don't know your history. You flat out do not know your history. It's just the reality of the circumstance, Rob. You don't know your history.
The history that you want me to know.
No, you don't know the history. You don't know the history of the Second Amendment. You don't know how the states give you your rights. You don't know what a militia is.
Let me ask you a question.
You don't know about Posse Comitatus or the Insurrection Act. You just don't know this stuff.
Let me ask you a question.
Fine. Ask a question.
Millions of people being in this country, we don't know who they are, Rob, where they are, or why they're here.
How much
is
in taxes,
that a safety?
How much in taxes do those millions of people pay a year?
I don't care about the taxes.
Oh,
Is it a safety
you
measure?
don't,
no,
because
it's not.
that,
You know
yes,
what's
it's
a safety
100%
measure?
safe.
You know,
Uh,
you know what's
Immigrants of all kinds, especially undocumented, commit far less crime, almost statistically zero crime compared to native-born citizens like yourself.
correct.
You
Did
are
you know
almost
that, Rob?
1,000 times more likely to commit a crime, including like jaywalking. They just don't commit crime because they don't want to get deported. So they are statistically just, it's zero. The number of crimes that
If I commit a
immigrants of
crime,
any kind
I
commit
have a paper
are
trail to
zero.
find me.
Did you
You,
know what, again, Rob, it's convenient that you want to pivot away from these things. Did you know any of the information that Ben just provided for you? Did you know that immigrants
Specifically,
commit
no.
Okay, so again, you have no argument then. The 14th Amendment provides protection for people. Numerous due process, there's numerous amendments in our Constitution that provide protection for people. Did you know that anybody who's in the U.S. is protected under the U.S. Constitution, whether or not they're a citizen or not? But did you also know that if you're born here, you are protected? So when Donald Trump and the
Well,
right wants
if
to,
you're
there's
born here, yes, I knew that.
okay,
If
so
you're
then
born
you're
here,
okay.
you are a
He wants
citizen,
to
regardless.
he wants to do away with birthright citizenship. Are you okay with that?
he also
And
wants to
and
get
it's
rid
your
of.
opinion to do away with guns. It doesn't mean it's going to
Did I
happen.
ever say that?
He has
Ben,
an
am I a
opinion.
firearms owner? Ben, am I a firearms owner?
Yes, you are.
Have I ever said publicly that I want to do away with it?
No, you have not.
So, Rob, why don't you ask questions? I believe in the assault weapons ban. I'm a firearms owner. I grew up in the woods. I've got 3, all locked up, all safe. Why would you pivot towards that? No one has ever made that claim. Again, the reality is the question that I asked you is, are you willing to do anything and everything to protect kids? And you're not. So stop thinking that you are. Stop trying to run for cover under a document that was written over 225 years ago that you don't even understand the history of. It's the reality of the world that we live in now that the number one cause of death for children in our country under the age of 18 are firearms. I would put mine in a box right now and send them out, and I would have no problem doing it whatsoever. Would you? Would you give up your firearms to protect
Absolutely
kids?
not.
And then you're unwilling to do everything. See, this is the
That's
hypocrisy.
false. If I gave up giving,
You
getting
care,
rid,
but
adding
you don't care.
regulations, doing away with firearms, whether it's assault rifles is not a term. It's a tactical weapon. It's not
No,
even on the same
that is
level
not
of what the
true.
military
Do
has.
It's
you
There
know
not
is
who
no
true at
Paul?
such
all.
thing as an
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
assault.
Rob, do you know who Paul Eaton is?
There's no such thing as
Do
an
you know
assault
who
rifle.
Paul Eaton is?
Again, Rob, I'll remind you that
Again,
you're
heard the
debating.
name.
Rob, I'll remind you that you're debating the world's preeminent expert on this shit. So I would be really careful about statements you're going to make. Okay?
Would you be
Go.
willing to bet money that assault rifle is not a common term used by the military?
I think they call them really by their name and their style. An M4.
Paul
It's not. Oh,
Eaton,
go grab that assault rifle. Let's
former
go grab that
brigadier
M4. Go grab that
general,
M1.
former brigadier general of the United States Army and the head of the United States Infantry, Paul Eaton, says that an assault rifle, such as the AR-15, is effectively no different than the M4. Who do you think might know more about those weapons?
Rob,
Many people have used all types of weapons.
can you answer the
An
question, please?
assault rifle does not exist.
Except that it does.
Except that it does. So
The Army
again, Rob,
Rangers use the term quite a bit.
So does my AR-15 pose more catastrophic damage than one of my 1911s or one of my
Yes,
striker-fired pistols?
100%. How many people were harmed at Las Vegas?
How?
How many people were harmed at Las Vegas?
A bunch of them. I don't know the
800.
number.
800. Could your 1911 do that? No, because that 1911 has a limited magazine capacity. You can't throw a 100-round drum on your pistol. And
You
the two
you
two
can,
three,
sir.
the
I'm
two two
sorry, you
three, the
can.
223 round is designed to make sure that a person does not return to the battlefield. That is the whole purpose of the weapons that shoot 5.56 and 223. They were specifically designed to cause traumatic damage. You see, in World War One, before they introduced the M16, Colt had
So a
developed the AR-15.
5.56 does more
Hold on, I'm
damage
not
He's still
done.
than
I'm
my
talking,
not done.
Rob.
308.
Yes, yes, much more, because the 308 goes through clean. The 308 goes through clean, and so like the M14 and the M1 Grand, people would get shot. They would patch them up, put them right back on the battlefield to continue fighting. They introduced the M16, but first they brought in the AR-15. That was the actual first gun that the military was going to use. They didn't like it because it was a single shot, so they brought in the M16, which is effectively the same gun but has a selector switch that allows it for burst and for fully automatic. And a person hit with one round of that was so damaged, their body was so damaged they could not return to the battlefield. That is why
I want to go
have
back. I want to go back to the topic, right? So again, the question, Rob, and I think you're kind of proving this, and I'm asking you perhaps to reconsider, because the question is, would you do anything and everything to protect kids? Would you put your kid in a car seat? Sure. Would you not let your kid play with a hot stove? Sure. So what I am suggesting is that people finally have some courage. Instead of hiding behind a document that most of you have no fucking clue its origin, you try to make excuses for everything in the book. It takes courage. Actually, it doesn't. It just takes reality to say, enough's enough. I'm willing to give up my firearms today because I know that I've been lied to about this bullshit tyrannical government. I don't give a shit what you have in your closet, your Rambo, Call of Duty fucking small dick nonsense. You're going to go up against the U.S. government? The government, by the way, that spends nearly $1 trillion on defense and weaponry?
Yeah, and you can't defeat a drone. You can't defeat a drone. AR-15 has an effective firing range of like 1,500 meters, something like that.
No.
A drone has a minimum operating ceiling of 10 to 15,000 meters. That's the minimum. So it's like 3 times the maximum effective firing range of the AR-15. But they typically operate at about 50,000 meters, and they can hit, like the head of a pin. So yeah, you one of those down. Like you need weapons. You don't have
I
those.
could 100%. Now shooting one of the UAV drones, no, one of the small ones that you're seeing all over the news right now in
That's not
Ukraine
what I'm
and
talking about.
Russia
I'm talking about
war.
the UAV drones, the
Predator.
Reaper
You
drones.
Yeah,
you're
no,
gonna go up
of
against a
course.
predator,
I mean
Rob.
that's
Well, but
sophisticated
yeah.
Okay, so then,
technology.
so if in your mind, if
There's countries that
hey
can't even
Rob,
touch
hey
those.
Rob, if the tyrannical government decides against you, got whatever's in your closet, you think you stand a chance?
It would take an act of Congress.
It's
Congress.
not what I asked you,
No, actually, it doesn't.
and it
All it
doesn't.
takes
No,
It,
you
is
it does
Article
not take an
2.
act of
Here was
Congress.
Article 2.
okay, it takes declaring war upon the American people
It does
for that
not.
to happen.
It does
Well,
not. It
that's
does
what it
not.
would cause
So then, okay,
if
okay.
the
So hold
United
on,
States
hold on. Let's
military
follow your logic
decided.
then. So let's follow your logic, Rob. Let's follow your logic. If that's the case, then there's no threat from the tyrannical government.
I'll tell you this, and I'll land with this. It's an old war proverb that a Chinese general said. You will
I don't give a
never.
fuck. So there you go, MAGA. Here's the new argument, right? If you guys are so concerned about the tyrannical government, and in Rob's mind, it's going to take an act of Congress to declare war against the American citizens, which is not true, then why are you afraid of the tyrannical government?
Article 2, which is the president, says that the president can call forth the militia at any time and use them as needed.
At any time. How you doing today? You all right?
Yesterday, you know how it is.
Yeah.
I spent 2 hours on the phone with Reuters.
Yeah, I was in with Brett for a while yesterday, and just the filthy, disgusting comments are raging. But
Yeah.
again, the question today, or my statement, is that MAGA has never been about protecting kids, because if you truly are, then you're willing to do everything.
Let's
Good morning.
go ahead and get right into guns. So this is a world-leading expert that doesn't know that you can put a 100-round mag on.
Excuse me, Alex. Excuse me.
I just listened to him live.
Excuse me.
How common are those, Alex? Alex, how common? Can I walk into my gun store right now, like, and buy one? Can I walk into Walmart and get one?
You can literally go online. I will pull it up and send you the link right now. I can get a 100-round mag for a 1911. 100%. I can belt feed a 1911
I don't give a fuck.
I want to.
I don't give a fuck.
Absolutely nothing about guns.
Hold on.
Is that the common way that weapon is used? Is that the most
It's not
common
the common
magazine?
way, but you said it can't be
No,
done.
so shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You can get like at my gun store right now a 100-round drum for an AR-15. I can walk in. It's on the shelf. There is nothing bigger than 22 rounds for a pistol of any kind. I know because I have a Springfield XDME. So
Thanks for the roses, everybody.
22 is the best that you can buy off the shelf. So shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about.
I can go online. I'll send you the link. I can go right.
So Alex, I don't give a shit. Guys, I don't care. Everybody stop talking. I don't give it. Hold on, Ben. Hold on. I don't care, Alex. I don't give a shit. The question is, are you willing to do anything possible within your power to protect children? Yes or no?
Everything except for give up my guns.
Of course not. You fucking coward. Because you're a fucking coward.
Yep.
Everything except take away the instrument that is responsible for the most deaths of American children. You'll do everything else but do that.
But they won't actually do any of that either. They don't actually care about kids.
Of course not. Unbelievable. That's your take? You sit in the seats, then you want to come up here and say, yeah, well, I'll do everything except for my guns.
A lot of it is that, first it's the selfish nature of Americans, right? Like we only care about ourselves. We don't actually care about other people. But it's also, I think, a lot of the reasons that so many of the gun owners oppose laws is that they know that they probably shouldn't have them. They probably shouldn't have weapons. And they're afraid that the laws then will prevent them from having weapons because they'll recognize that they are threats to either people in their lives or to themselves, and they shouldn't have them. And that's why they oppose them so much.
It's a really, really good point. Just think about what we've heard this morning. People, literally saying, I'll give up I'll do whatever I can to save kids' lives except give up my firearms. It happened with 2 consecutive guests in a row. looking for a way to justify it, thinking that there's a threat by the tyrannical government, and yet within the same breath saying, well, they can't do that. It's going to take an act of Congress. Again, they don't know anything about the Constitution, understanding that they would lose in a toe-to-toe against a predator drone, and still they have in their head that they need to be strapped up in fighting off the tyrannical government. It is the biggest fucking lie.
We should ban cars. It's like, well, how about we treat guns like cars, banned? Like, let's require insurance. I think we should require insurance on them. I think we should require tests and
Registration.
Registration.
Annual.
The insurance, the registration, the test. You have to do a proficiency test every 4 years in front of a law enforcement officer to make sure that you know how to use them, you know how to break them down, know how to clean them. If we started doing that with firearms, I probably wouldn't have as many problems because you'd see a lot more responsibility.
Yeah, well regulated, right? Well regulated. Let's actually regulate for a change. Good morning, Trevor. How are you today?
Hey, how are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Oh, I just got here, so I'm not 100% what the topic was, what we're talking about.
MAGA has never been about protecting kids. Do you agree?
No, I do not agree with that.
Okay, so can you give me an example of policies by the right that truly wants to protect children? I'll ask you some questions. What's the number one cause of death in America for kids under the age of 18?
I'm not sure. I'm assuming you're about to say gun violence, but
yeah, it is. It is. So has MAGA done anything about wanting to? Yeah, for the third year in a row. Has MAGA done anything about addressing that? Like, for example, wanting to pass universal background checks federally, red flag laws federally, conversations about raising the age, reinstituting the assault weapons ban? Has MAGA done any of those things?
No.
Okay. So that's an example. Has MAGA done anything about expanding access to mental health services and or lifting children out of poverty? Why do they vote against school lunch programs? Why do they vote against expanded access in marginalized communities for health centers? Why do they vote against extending child tax credits? All those things protect kids. Why do they not do that?
That's a great question. I would agree with a lot of that.
Okay, so then MAGA has never been about protecting kids. It's about the lie. Instead,
I'm going to add one too, real quick, Steve.
Go for it, Ben.
Why do those on the right oppose raising the age of marriage and keep consistently wanting to lower the age of marriage to allow like 12-year-old girls to get married?
Yeah.
Do what?
Yeah, that's conservatives. Every state that bills have come up to raise the age of marriage, overwhelmingly, Republicans vote against it. Why is that? If they care about protecting kids.
I don't know. That's fucking weird.
Missouri was one of the most recent.
Mm-hmm.
Missouri and New Hampshire. Those were the two most recent where it came up and all the Democrats voted to raise the age of marriage, and the only people who voted against it were Republicans.
If you don't, do you know now what were they trying to raise the age of marriage to?
18.
Oh. I mean, 18
That's still young, in my opinion. I think 18 is young to make those decisions.
I agree, way too young, but you're an adult, according to our country. So again,
New Hampshire,
MAGA has never been about protecting kids.
To 18. And in Missouri, they were trying to raise it from 12 to 18.
And they voted against that.
They voted
conservatives.
In Missouri. Okay.
But yeah, but do you care about the bathroom issues, Trevor?
Are you referring to the transgender? Is that what you're referring to?
The transgender community, the whole uproar that Nancy Mace is in Congress. There's the first duly elected trans woman to Congress, and Nancy Mace wants to ban access. Do you think that that's a good idea?
Ban access? What do you mean by that?
Bathrooms. The threat of the trans community in bathrooms. You think that's a thing?
I don't know if look, I don't agree with it. I don't think there should be like my daughter should be allowed into a restroom and then a grown man that dresses up like a woman follows right behind.
I just don't have it today.
Yeah, no, I was about to tell you, just drop that.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's straight white men.
It's always straight white men.
Like there was a pastor just the other day that was arrested. They don't ever want to talk about that though. Like overwhelmingly, it's the church and it's pastors and youth pastors.
Oh, I've got the data. I've been researching it since last week. But the overwhelming majority of crimes against children are perpetrated by either acquaintances of families or family members, overwhelmingly done so by white males in America between the ages of 25 and 35. Overwhelmingly so. Instances of threats and abuse against children has risen in the church population. There's the elected official, the Republican elected official in Indiana, who took his 21-year-old daughter, his 21-year-old biological daughter, to Las Vegas to celebrate her birthday, sexually assaulted her. The information became public, and 15,000 Republicans voted for him after it became public. That same guy ran on policies in Indiana to deny the existence of the trans community because he called them a threat to children. Hi, Brett. How you doing today, buddy?
I'm here. I'm here. I've been dropped off the kids at school and everything, and I was listening to dumbasses in here, so I figured I'd join and help out when needed, if needed.
You're always welcome there, brother.
Always, man. Yeah, I spent some time in Brett's live yesterday, y'all. By the way, please consider gifting our panelists, guys, and keep tapping so we can stay on the FYP. And I just, you know how I feel about you and Nikki, Brett, just to listen to some of the people that were in there yesterday and some of the comments in the chat. And this is kind of the point, right? I think we all know this. It's never been about protecting kids. It's just this lie in that, their small dick energy. They have to hold on to this fantasy because that's what it is. It's like this Rambo Call of Duty fantasy. And even when they walk into the point themselves, knowing that there's no way they're going to go up against the tyrannical government, and Congress has to make it so. So then what's the point of having it? You just defeated your own argument. It's not the threat of the tyrannical government. It's your weakness. It's your softness. It's your cowardice to do literally anything and everything to protect kids. I grew up, I'm an avid sportsman. I grew up in the woods. If somebody came up to me today and said, you know what, you give up your firearm, before they even finished that, I'd put them in a box and say, here you go. No problem. Wouldn't give a shit. Wouldn't care less. Wouldn't lose a second of sleep over it. But no, you can't do that, you cowards. You can't do that. You can't do that. It's not, and no one on the left is asking for that. Now there's some extremism. I've heard that. Sure, people want to just say no more, no more. Okay, I don't prescribe to that. But never have I ever heard any elected official on the Democratic side talk about that. I would certainly bring back the assault weapons ban because it worked. I would absolutely pass universal background checks consistent from state to state. I would institute red flag laws consistent from state to state. I would raise the age to purchase. I would reduce high capacity magazines. Are those unreasonable asks? Of course not.
And I'm not even, like the most staunch defender of the AR ban, right? Like, I don't think we necessarily need to do that to solve these problems. I think there are a lot of things we can do that will reduce and, save lives. But I'm also not opposed to it if that's what it comes down to, because we can't get our heads out of our asses to actually do things to reduce these numbers.
Yeah. I mean, and again, I don't, and Brett, please accept my apology. I don't mean to be talking about this on the day after something happens, but
no, it needs to be talked about. 100%.
I know that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's always on my mind. I'm not trying to tokenize an event, but sadly it's the same thing. And it just got me thinking about how we've seen it this morning. We've seen how angry they get when asked the question, would you do anything? Would you give up your firearms to protect kids? And their answer was no, not even a thought, not even a pause.
Oh, I can even one up you. So yesterday, right after we found out about this, somebody came up, and I want to, if you don't mind, Steve, I want to play this. It's only 8 seconds long.
Go for it, man. Go for it.
This was told to me and Nikki. Me and Nikki were talking about this and everything. We bring somebody up, and this is the first thing that they say. It, like I said, little warning, it is a little vulgar, but this is what this person said to us. What do you want to add to the conversation?
I just want to know who sucks more dick, you or Nikki's dead son?
Well, That's what we got yesterday. These people don't care. They 100% don't care. And then TikTok kept taking it down every time I tried to post it. So yeah. So I've been doing this for almost 3 years now. Nothing surprises me anymore. The level of depravity that people go to doesn't surprise me anymore.
Rarely am I speechless.
I got a guy in my comments right now in one of my videos I shared, because I mentioned it last night. I shared that video from Moms for Democracy on gun violence and how we don't try and actually solve it. And they're like saying, well, because you all were like laughing about the CEO, why shouldn't we laugh about this kind of thing?
Okay. I don't even know what to say. Nikki, how are you this morning? Nikki, got a lot of background noise. Nikki, did you want to have a conversation? I can't do that. Sorry. Jesus. The Christian right? The Christian right. Yeah.
No love like Christian love, right?
Well,
Yeah.
and just real quick too, to further that point, I'm not making light of anything. Y'all know I'm not making light of anything, but the same people that are like, these things wouldn't happen if Bibles were in schools, and then we see that this happens in a Christian private school. So that right there defeats that argument as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found this meme. It says, if you want religion in school, I want the IRS in churches.
Yeah.
Well, since 1999, of all the events that have happened in schools, about 24 have happened in private schools, and the vast majority of those are Christian schools. They're Christian private schools. So there have been 24 events. Did Jesus just not like that particular Christian school, like Nashville or Wisconsin?
Madison. Yeah. Good morning, Jacob. How are you today?
Good morning, fellas. How's everything?
Okay. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I was listening to you guys speak, and when you mentioned some of your ideas for regulations, it makes a lot of sense. But if you were to say those same exact words to someone on the opposite, affiliation of us, whatever I'll say, they freak out. They think you're going to take they take your regulation and turn it up to 11, and they think what you're doing is absolutely tyrannical. But little do they notice, they are part of the problem. And if we see the reaction to when the CEO got shot and how the government and how private entities reacted to that in defense, like in reaction, and then we can compare it to how we've been reacting since the 90s, once we first seen these school events happening, you can see the difference. Is just it's so disrespectful to us, at the people, the working class, the children, just normal everyday people.
So, Jacob, real quick, like to kind of touch on your point, the extremists, I think, let's clarify, the extremists aren't going to listen, right? There's a reason. So the NRA knows who I am. They know me. They will not ever engage with me. And the reason is that early in my career, they brought me on one of their podcasts, and I did an interview with them. And it was one of those where people that were listening could immediately message in questions and comments and things like that. And by the end of the podcast, all of their listeners had agreed with me, like every one of them. So they fired that podcast host. And since then, I tagged them in pretty much everything, like on all social media. They pretend like I don't exist.
Yep.
Because of that. Because, like, if you talk about it in a way where you make it clear, hey, this is what we want, this is, that. Because, again, I'm not necessarily for the AR, weapons ban. Like, I don't necessarily think that that's necessary to solve these problems. I am in favor of things like stricter background checks, safe gun storage. I'm actually in favor of a gun registry, along with 54% of gun owners.
But like ProPublica.
Yeah. Like ProPublica. But if, for the vast majority, right, they actually want these things, right? Like the vast majority of gun owners are actually in favor of more regulation, but the extremists just have louder voices
and more money. And that's what we see in these lobby groups is whoever has the biggest check can push the biggest influence. Same thing with our pharmaceutical companies. That's why you saw this person. So that's why you saw what happened to that person that day. Because people like the pharmaceutical companies, they take advantage of our politicians and turn them against us, just like the NRA. All right, fellas, it was a pleasure. Thank you, guys. Don't let any negativity get any of you down.
Thanks. I appreciate saying that. Easier said than done. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Please, we're streaming on YouTube. If you've not found us there, please consider subscribing. We may end up there depending on what happens with TikTok, and I'll have an update on that in a little bit. Casper, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
How you doing?
Doing wonderful. Just got the coffee off the percolator.
Do you agree with my prompt?
No, and there's a few factors of why.
Okay. So the list that I just went through. So can you address those as I go through them?
Oh, I can respond to what I've been listening to right now if you'd like.
Okay. So why is it that Republicans, conservative Republicans, MAG in particular, constantly vote against things that would actually help children and help the community? Why is that?
I believe you guys forget that anytime we've given the ability to how do you say, restrict or we've allowed policies into some of our rights in the past, and a lot of
Just
times.
answer my question, Casper. Why is it that the right and MAG in particular vote against expanded access to mental health services? Why is it that they vote against SNAP benefits for impoverished communities? Why do they freak out when it comes to funding public schools for school lunch programs? Again, why do they not care about any of those things why do they vote against child tax credits, which lift children out of poverty? Why do they want to pass laws like that? That's the right. That's MAGA. Wouldn't those things protect kids?
I'm pretty sure the tax policy was raised under Trump's last term,
Casper,
wasn't it?
let's not pivot. Why is it constantly?
I'm not pivoting. I'm responding.
No, you are. Okay,
yeah,
so-
because
so
you put up a false. You put up a false.
Actually, I did.
the child tax credit. So, like, again,
exactly.
Kids.
Yeah. So what? So can you address that? Do you support expanded access to school lunch programs?
No.
Of course you
You
don't.
don't care about kids.
Of course you
You
don't.
don't care about kids.
Then you don't care about kids. Get the fuck out of here. It's easy. It's a really easy conversation to have when they literally tell us out loud. Okay, did you hear that? Simple question. Do you support expanded access to school lunch programs in school? No.
At one point, I could see all of us playing rock, paper, scissors in our mind against each other to see who was going to get this dude.
Yeah. So Casper, no discourse. No, it's hypocrisy. I don't deal with hypocritical bigots who think they know everything. I asked you a simple question. Do you support expanded access to oftentimes many people in communities? Oh, I know, because it overwhelmingly helps Black and brown communities. Got it. That makes sense.
That's it.
That makes sense. Best, how are you today?
Doing all right. How about yourself, bro?
Doing fine. Okay. Do you agree with my prompt?
No, not really.
Okay. So do you support expanded access to school lunch programs?
It depends.
It depends. What's it depend on?
I mean, what they're feeding the kids.
Okay, you can get the fuck out of here too.
So that we should only give them like bread and water. Is that what he's suggesting?
Yep.
It's crazy. It is
Kids,
crazy.
Kids don't deserve to eat, y'all. That's the Republican viewpoint.
Because the brown and black kids might get to eat too. Hi, Francis. How are you today?
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm doing well. How about you?
Doing okay. What's on your mind today? Do you agree with my prompt?
Yes, I do. I am a friendly, but I only had one thing to say. I wanted to remind and or tell people in the chat that Marjorie Taylor Greene came out and said in an interview that if everybody had to step down because of allegations like Matt Gaetz, the Democrats would have a supermajority.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
She came right out and said it.
No doubt.
Well, overwhelmingly, right? Like when we look at the people, especially, let's talk about kids first. 100%, pretty much of the politicians that harm children are conservative. They're either Republican or they're independent that lean conservative. Like North Dakota just had a guy like arrested for traveling to Thailand for those purposes, right? And then when we look at like the general population, it's like 86% are they're conservative or they're actually registered Republican. So yeah, that's why she's
Yeah. So
Yeah, I think.
I
I
don't
mean,
I don't know
I
if
think.
everybody in the chat would know that. I was fairly sure all of you would know that because y'all are informed and I love listening to you guys.
Thank you, Francis.
But yeah,
Yeah,
the people in the chat, especially the MAGAs, they need to know these things.
I appreciate you jumping in today, Francis. Thanks for being here.
Dave, do you have any mods in the here right now?
Yeah, what are
One
you looking
bots
for?
in there.
Yeah, what are you looking for? Something
There's a
particular?
couple of corn bots in the chat.
Yeah, guys, who's monitoring Who's monitoring the live chat? If you guys could kind of take a peek in there, I'd appreciate it. I think part of what
like
Francis
right,
was.
you can see right there, Steve.
Yeah, there you go. I missed it.
Somebody need to monitor Ben. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we're on it. If MAGA and MAGA Republicans and the people who vote for these toxic individuals in Congress had any understanding and or any desire to truly protect children, then why would you not want the ethics report against Matt Gaetz released?
Yep.
Why would you not want the public to see that?
Yep.
Why would you not want that? Why is it that every single time you hear of the allegations and or audio tape of Donald Trump calling his daughter sexy and saying that I have sex in common with my daughter, why is it that it's AI or was taken out of context? Why is that? But you care about the kids, right? Why is it that you focus on bathroom issues for the trans community when the overwhelming majority of crimes against women and children are perpetrated by people who look like me, white cis hetero men?
Mm-hmm.
Overwhelmingly so. Overwhelmingly so. Why is it that you'll focus on immigrants when they don't commit crime? They don't, especially violent crime. Why is it that you want to make these arguments that states that have restrictive gun laws are the ones that have the most crime when that's just fucking nonsense too?
Now I can give some numbers on that too, real quick. Like if the gun homicide rate in Chicago is 19.7 per 100,000, the gun homicide rate in LA is 7.7 per 100,000, and the gun homicide rate in New York is 3.1 per 100,000. Now Chicago was the highest of those at 19.7. Ocala, Florida, which has like 65,000 people in it, is 30 per 100,000. And Birmingham, Alabama, which has 200,000 people, is 61.7 per 100,000 people. Significantly higher than every other city I named on that list.
This is somebody saying that Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't say that. I'm not sure what the specific quote, but this was a tweet from her. It says, "For my Republican colleagues in the House and Senate, if we're going to release ethics report and rip apart our own that Trump has appointed, then put all out there for the American people to see. Yes, all the ethics report and claims included the one that I filed. All your," again, referring to Republicans in Congress, "all your sexual harassment and assault claims that were secretly settled paying off victims with taxpayer money. The entire Jeffrey Epstein files, tapes, recordings, witness interviews, but not just those, there's more. Epstein isn't the only asset. If we're going to dance, let's dance in the sunlight. I'll make sure we do." So yeah, she said it. Alex, you're not coming back up because you're a piece of trash.
Stephanie, yeah, Ocala used to be in the top 5 worst cities in the United States.
Good morning, Kelly. How are you today?
Good. I'm good.
Do you agree with my prompt?
1,000%.
Okay.
1,000.
What's on your mind?
Just I've been following Brett for a long time, and I immediately thought about him and his family after hearing about what happened yesterday. And I work at a Title I school where most of our kids are below poverty level, and my babies are brown and black kids, and I can't imagine not doing everything in my power to protect those children. I don't see why people think their weapons are more important than children.
Because they're cowards.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. The problem that we've run into is that these people will humanize their weapons, and dehumanize human life, unfortunately.
Yeah. I was at the school the first time they did an active, drill, and I cried because it was traumatizing, and I'm an adult, and those kids, it's like they're used to it, and it just breaks my heart that has become their normal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's what we need to make clear too to the MAGA listening that like their guns, right? Like this younger generation, they're not going to put up with this. Like they're tired of it, and if you don't come up with reasonable like concessions on things to keep them safe, they're just going to take it away because they don't want them anymore.
Yeah.
They're going to make a constitutional convention and just get rid of the Second Amendment completely.
They are. Exactly.
Yeah.
Compromise now or lose it altogether. Kelly, thank you for jumping in today. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
I want to just take a brief moment. I think it's necessary. I was not going to read this today, but I think it's necessary. I've read this before. This is the March for Life letter that was written by Courtney Hood, dated January 26, 2017. And I think it kind of covers a lot of what we're talking about there. So just if you guys could just allow me to indulge for a minute or so. To those participating in the March for Life, first of all, good for you. Raise your voices, express your concerns, gather, make signs, do your thing. I won't call you names. I respect your right to do this, and I respect your conviction. Second, be clear with your cause. You don't march for life, you march for the birth of a fetus. Think about this. At what age does this life stop mattering to you? When it's in the womb, you cry for it, you fight for it, you empathize with it, you march for it. When it becomes 1 month old, you hope the mother supports it, feeds it, nurtures it. However, you don't support the mother in this endeavor. You think she should work hard, pull herself up by the bootstraps, and get by on her $7.25 per hour minimum wage job. You vote for those who block legislation to protect this mother from violence, from making the same wage as men, from getting basic health care, from getting food stamps and supports to care for it. When it becomes 6 years old, you hope there's a public school around to teach it. Nevertheless, you vote for those who don't want to fund public schools. You vote for those who believe our schools are, quote, flushed with cash, yet somehow failing. The wealthier kids that live by are able to go to different schools. But this fetus is stuck at an overcrowded and underfunded public school, so it falls behind in reading and in math. You feel bad for it, but you don't march for it. You mostly blame its single mother for not doing more to be involved in its schooling. She should do homework with it. She should read to it more. Maybe she should get it a tutor. Nonetheless, she works 2 jobs, but she's barely getting by. Now it's 14 years old. It just had its first experience with a boy. It's not sure if it was safe with this boy, and it thinks it needs to go see a doctor. However, it's scared. It's embarrassed. It doesn't want to get in trouble with mom. Therefore, it looks for a Planned Parenthood in its area, but they've all been shut down. But you feel no sympathy for it anymore. It's now a slut to you. It should have been made better choices, been more Christian. It's no longer worthy of your support, and you do not march for it because you're not marching for life. You're marching for religion and righteousness and oppressing women with your outdated views of how they should behave. Therefore, it gets no prenatal care. It goes on living for the next 3 months wearing baggy sweatshirts and hoping no one notices. When its mom finally does notice, she tells it to get an abortion because they don't have the money to support another it, and because it's still a child trying to go to school and have a life. Again, you don't march for this life. You voted to make abortion illegal, and you feel good. You feel right with God because you saved another fetus. This time, it was given up for adoption. It joins more than 400,000 children in the U.S. foster care system. If it's lucky, it'll only spend the average 3 years in foster care. If it's lucky, it won't fall into the 78% of foster care children who experience some form of abuse. If it's lucky, it won't be one of the 80% of imprisoned people who spent some time in foster care. If it's lucky, it'll be one of the 50% of foster care kids that graduate high school by the age of 18. If it's lucky, it'll be one of only 9% of former foster care kids that earn a bachelor's degree. If it's lucky, it'll be adopted before it turns 18 and is thrown out to the streets to fend for itself. However, you don't march for those lives. Now it's 18. It jumped from foster home to foster home. It doesn't have a family. It's depressed, emotionally damaged. It needs help. It could use some health care, but obviously can't afford it. It could use a job, but has no clothes and nowhere to stay. You avoid it on the streets, taking the long route to your car, hoping it doesn't stop you to ask for some change. You wish it would go somewhere else, anywhere but your neighborhood. It gets too hungry. It turns to sex work because it's the only option it has. It starts using drugs to numb the pain of this sex work. However, you don't march for this life. This life is a burden on society to you. This life is unchristian, unworthy of your tax dollar. This life should get its act together, overcome all odds, and become self made, just like your granddaddy. However, when this life has a new life inside of it, again you'll march. January 26, 2017, by Courtney Hood.
On that note, I'm going to drop.
Okay.
Have a great day. Love you all.
Thank you, Ben, for being here. Love you too,
brother.
You doing okay, Brett?
No, but yeah, you know, I mean, it's a weird thing, because I'm not all right, but at the same time, I have to be for my kids, you know, so.
Yeah, and I think the amazing person that you are, even people who you oppose, even people who have said horrible things to you and your wife, you still care about their kids.
Absolutely.
You're willing to do anything to help their kids. Anything.
Absolutely. I say it all the time. Nothing that I do or say will ever bring Uzziah back, but it can prevent their children from suffering the same fate. And it can prevent them from having to choose out their kid's favorite cartoon character for their casket. So.
I know. Everybody, please keep liking and sharing the live. We appreciate y'all for being here. Noodle, how are you today?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Okay. Do you agree with my prompt?
I do. I just wanted to do what people have been saying earlier, especially about trans people. I just wanted to quickly touch on. I feel like whenever they talk about, well, we just want to protect the children from them trans people, I feel like they completely fail to remember the existence of like trans men and how these bills and laws that would be forcing trans people into, well, the wrong bathrooms would be making it much easier for these predators to go in. They could just go into the women's restroom and say, well, I'm a trans man. So it's
a good point.
It's doing the complete opposite of what they want it to do.
Considering the overwhelming crimes committed are by cisgender hetero men, right?
And
overwhelmingly so.
At least I don't want to say like them having to put in quote unquote work to like pass as a woman, I guess, to go into the women's restroom and say, well, I'm a trans woman. It's so much easier for them to just say, well, I'm a trans man now. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. But
doesn't.
I just wanted to say that. Thank you for everything you do, both you and Brett. Brett, you are such an inspiration. I have told most of my family about you. You're such an amazing person.
I appreciate that so much. Thank you.
He truly is. Thank you for being here, Noodle. Appreciate you very much. Have a good day.
You too.
Everybody, if you haven't, please consider clicking on the heart up there. And we're in Live Fest today, whatever that means. I don't even know. Southern, how are you today? Southern Redhead. Southern Redhead, are you there? Southern Redhead, are you there?
Going once.
Going twice. Exactly. That's right. Be heard. How are you today?
Hey, I'm doing okay. I was listening in on Brett's live yesterday, and I taught elementary school for almost 20 years, and I was just listening to him, and I was honestly in tears. And as someone that was a former Republican and a lifelong Christian, as far as in the brick and mortar church, I have never felt more crushed and hurt as I did yesterday because of what happened and how people act. And I had my pastor to unfriend me on social media, and he was very instrumental in my life. He and his wife, and I consider them like family. They married my husband and I. And he unfriended me because I post things against Trump. And I'll be honest with you, someone that can support not defending our children is egregious. And so, you know what? You unfriended me. That's okay now. I am no longer hurt by it because honestly, I am absolutely over the moon, just infuriated at how people can defend what they have been defending because of Trump. And they have made every single thing political and to hell if people get hurt because of it.
And
And I'm just,
it's not just Trump. Be heard. Let's be real. It's the evangelical Christians who are the worst culprits. The ones, literally, the people who were focused on in that poem that I just read. Right.
absolutely.
It's that group. That group's hypocrisy, who literally will spit on the houseless, who don't care about lifting children out of poverty, who don't care about passing meaningful health care laws, who don't care about wanting to increase the minimum wage, who care about none of that. They care about the
And
fetus,
I'll tell you what
the pro forced
else.
birth movement. They don't care.
I'll tell you what else too. When Obama was elected or any other Democratic president, I never felt the feeling of impending doom as I do right now.
Of course not.
And that's scary to me that I don't know what the future holds for people like you and I and Brett and others that want to speak out against what's going on around us in a way that is actually open-minded. And
Yeah.
I had a guy in my life yesterday who was trying to act all righteous, and I just can't take it anymore because whenever you stand up for yourself or for, I don't know, say innocent children, all of a sudden you're evil, right? You're trying to spread lies. You're the one that's attacking other people. And that's what I feel like we have to kind of come against right now, is because we have lost our sense of true humanity, the true core of kindness, that when you go to the grocery store or you're in line at the drive-through, people only think of themselves. So what can we do right now as Americans? We can be kind to our neighbors. We can be nice to people. They might not return it and give it to us in return, but we have got to start to change this narrative of our country and the me. And the only way we can do that is impact the people that are around us. I don't know what else to do right now, Steve. I really don't, because I've never felt more helpless in my life as I do right now.
Yeah, I think we all are sort of in that position. I maybe wrongly so, I thought perhaps we could find a common ground in the healthcare system in our country, a common ground that billionaire class is getting richer and richer. And lo and behold, I find out that people are upset at me because I'm railing on billionaires. And like, I was literally asked this question last week: why are you so angry at billionaires? So, we can't obviously find common ground. We've seen it this morning. Literally, just ask a simple question: would you be willing to do anything to give up, protect kids? And they're not. So ask a simple question: would you be willing to fund school lunch programs? No, or it depends. So, this is just who we are. Brett knows this very well. This is just who we are as a country. This is just who we are. There's people who will literally hide behind their book, their text, their Bible, and make
Mhm.
every single claim that they're out there on the front lines defending against the radical left, the woke left, the Satan P3DO ring, and meanwhile they're the ones that are abusing kids. They're the
They
ones that are
absolutely
covering
are.
up. They're the ones that are unwilling to do a goddamn thing to help society. They're selfish.
I can
That's it.
remember when I was teaching before, and this was probably about 10 years ago. It was in an old building, and we were kind of in a partial basement, and there was all windows. Obviously, that's not safe, right? So we would always have lockdown drills, and so they would have us go into the corner with our kids of the room, and the janitor would come around and knock on the door, jingle the doorknob, see if anybody would answer. And my kids were scared. I mean, they're third, fourth graders, and they're like, "Well, what do we do if someone is actually in the building?" And I'm like, honestly, guys, and you know, I said, we're not going to sit here and be sitting ducks because they will, honestly, they'll still find a way to get in. We're going out the door and we're headed towards their safe house. that they designated us to go to. I wasn't going to allow my students to be sitting ducks.
Right.
And we're still having this discussion, right? We're still talking about this for how many years? We have not evolved from the stupid Archie Bunker era. We have reverted back to that because of where we are today as a society. I have never seen the dumbing down of America as I have over the past 8 years.
Yeah, I appreciate you jumping in today, Be Heard. Thank you for your words. Appreciate
I
you very
tried.
much. You have a good day.
God help us.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Brett.
I was going to say, just speaking of that, especially with these lockdown drills, times have changed, right? Because we know that, run, hide, fight has been the thing that has been said for forever. But it's changed, and I don't think most people know that. Now it is avoid, deny, and defend. And so avoid starts with your state of mind. You have to pay attention to your surroundings, have an exit plan, move away from the source of the threat as quickly as possible, and the more distance and barriers between you and the threat, the better. If you cannot avoid, then you deny. You keep your distance, you create barriers, you turn the lights off, you remain out of sight and quiet by hiding behind large objects and silence your phone. And if you cannot deny, then you have to defend yourself. And children should not have to defend themselves against armed people. That they just absolutely shouldn't. And what I was so surprised yesterday when that sheriff came out yesterday. I don't know if you saw it, Steve, but when he said, instead of asking why the why the windows and the doors aren't bulletproof, we should be asking ourselves, why do they need to be?
Exactly.
And it's what I've been saying the whole time. Everybody's like, let's arm it. Let's arm the teachers. Let's arm guards. Let's put up metal detectors and everything like that. Yeah, let's regulate our kids so we don't have to be adults and regulate ourselves. Makes sense.
So well said. You talk about this a lot, about how the argument that we see, and we've seen the chat chirping this morning about that, about how we should arm teachers. And I like the way you describe it when you talk about who's the first person that someone's going to see in the classroom.
Yeah, and so then at that point, then it's just, sorry about that. Then at that point, so now if an armed teacher is the first person that a threat sees and they take them out, then there's just an extra weapon for them to do more damage.
Exactly. And, it's, again, it's the, how do I want to say this? It's the fantasy that or the lie that they've allowed themselves to believe that it's the government's threat, right? So because of that, because they are so indoctrinating into believing that the government, the government threat is tax cuts for billionaires. That's the threat of the government right there. It's not wanting to pass universal health care, shit like that. That's the real threat. So instead of being able to be realistic and take a step back and say, kids are dying in our country. The number one cause of death for children under the age of 18. It's not opinion. It's objectifiably true. Third year in a row. Okay. It's, again, not opinion. It's fact. You're unwilling to do anything about that other than we need more guns.
Yeah. And that's the crazy part too. So we know that teachers are overworked and underpaid. I have so much love for teachers because they do work that I could never.
Absolutely.
But we see every year before school starts, we see these Amazon wish lists so that they can get markers and things for their classroom. So we don't even fund our teachers to actually teach, but then they're like, oh, well, now you got to get a firearm. Well, who's going to fund that? We don't fund their markers and everything, but we're going to fund them a firearm, training, ammo, a safe, hopefully, right? And then not just that, but then you want them to be officers. You want them to be militarized and everything, but you're going to pay them $30,000 a year. So are we going to bump that up? Are they going to get hazard pay? Are we going to give them police pay on top of that? Because if that's what's going to happen, if we're going to give them police pay on top of it, I'm down with it.
Yeah.
Because that will get shut down almost immediately when you have to pay teachers what they deserve.
James, I just sent you a request because you said the number one on alive are children 1 to 17 is automobile accidents. That's incorrect, sir. It's incorrect. This has been studied. It's 3 years in a row. Again, you might want to think that, but that's just not the reality. CDC's been tracking this. Of course, you probably won't believe that because it's the CDC, crime stats, the FBI. This data has been studied. It's not opinion. It's fact. That's the reality. And I sent you an invite, and then I noticed that you bailed last moment. Kind of funny that you would do that. But What we're seeing is what we're seeing. Everybody, please continue to like and share the live. We appreciate y'all for being here. There is a gifting goal. Please consider subscribing to our YouTube channel because we are streaming on YouTube. Osha, how are you today?
Hi. My dad was in the Mustache Man's youth group during the Holocaust, and I'm just hoping that we don't revert back to the same old thing. So I am continuing the work that my dad did and helping kids and helping other people.
Appreciate you saying that.
He's a retired Master Sergeant of the United States Army, and he's been helping homeless. He's been helping kids through his own pocket and everything else. So we are creating a project for the kids for education, so they don't have to die and be put in jails and everything else, to show them a future.
I appreciate you jumping in today, friend. Thank you for being here. Not sure I understood that, but okay. So, James, you understand that the statement that you made is just not true, right?
According to the statistics,
what statistic?
The figures that you gave for the greatest unalivers for children in the United States is only true if you include 18 and 19-year-olds, which are adults.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it's actually children under the age of 18 is what I said.
Yes, you said children under the age of 18. If you include it, but it's only true if you include 18 and 19-year-olds, and that has a lot to do with, I think, organized gang activity.
Don't you think it's really weird, though, James? Don't you think it's really weird that you're trying to mince the point on the data and justify it? Do you believe that MAGA is about protecting kids?
I don't know. I voted for Trump, but I'm not MAGA, and I just voted for Trump as a rejection against a lot of Democratic policies that I see.
So you voted for Trump in 2020 and 2016 as well?
In 2020, I voted for Joe Jorgensen.
So that's part of the problem. Okay, so this is dated. This is from, let's see, in 2021, firearms contributed to the death of more children ages 1 to 17 than any other type of injury or illness. The child firearm mortality rate has doubled in the U.S. from a recent low of 1.8 deaths per 100,000 in 2013 to 3.7 in 2021. So again, you're wrong.
Well, according to the statistics that I saw, and
what statistics? I just cited the CDC and the FBI. Okay.
Yeah, it's
James,
statistics that I've looked up, and I've seen different sources on it.
Well,
but
you're wrong.
Most of the sources that I've seen have just said that until you
James, you're wrong. So we had the preeminent expert up here earlier who's been studying this stuff, who the overwhelming majority of not only domestic but international news sources contact. He's been studying this for decades. So who do you think's going to know more, him or you?
I'm just going by sources that I see. Anything that I've
That's not the question I asked you, James. That's not the question I asked you. The person who's been studying this forever, who teaches classes on it, the person who's contacted by news agencies when situations like this happen, who's been studying this for decades, who is the preeminent expert on gun violence in America, in our country, who do you think's going to know more about those stats, him or you?
I would trust someone that was an expert in the field more than I would trust Joe Blow off of TikTok.
He's an expert in the field. Okay?
Okay.
So again, are you a 2A enthusiast?
I absolutely 100% support our Second Amendment protections.
Okay,
yes.
do you know
this, Steve? Can I have this?
Go for it, Brett. Go for it.
All right, cool. 100%, right, James?
Yes, sir.
All right, what are the 27 words of the Second Amendment?
A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Awesome. And when it says that, right, where else in the Constitution does it talk about the militia as it pertains to the Second Amendment?
Is it Article 4?
Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15 and 16.
Okay.
It says that Congress has the power to call forth the militia to aid the Union to suppress insurrections and repel invasions. It also says that Congress is able to arm, train, and discipline the militia the way it sees fit. And Article 2, Section 2 says that the president is commander-in-chief of the Army, the Navy, and of the militia of the several states. So I just I'm not trying to be condescending right now. I'm not trying to be insulting, but I have a serious question I need to ask you. Can you
Yes,
read
sir.
at a 6th grade level?
I was reading at a 6th grade level when I was in 6th grade, I suppose. I
Awesome.
read well over that now.
Awesome. Awesome. That's cool. So I'm going to give you another sentence with the same amount of commas, right? Because the commas seem to get ignored, right? I'm going to give you another sentence that has the same amount of commas, and we're going to break this down. So if I say, my black truck, comma, which has a radio, comma, bought in 2010, comma, drives really fast. 3 commas, just like the Second Amendment. But we know that these are independent and dependent clauses, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. So everything after the first comma and before the last is dependent upon everything before and after those commas, correct?
That's exactly right.
Right. So I can say that same sentence that I gave you, right? My black truck, comma, which has a radio, comma, bought in 2010, comma, drives very fast, reads the exact same way if I cut out the middle, right? Because those things are dependent upon my black truck drives very fast, correct? So the sentence remains the same.
Yes, sir.
Right. So now let's do that with the Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia shall not be infringed. Basic reading.
But a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state is the prefatory. It is the prefatory clause. It has no legal bearing on the operative clause, which is the rights of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Sir, listen, you're skipping commas. You're skipping commas, right? I gave you an exact same sentence structure, right? The well-regulated militia, comma, being necessary to the security of the free state is dependent upon the well-regulated militia. Correct?
The prefatory clause describes a desired state of the military, but it has no legal bearing on the operative clause, which is the right of the people to keep and bear arms.
What you are doing is you are 100% quoting Antonin Scalia right now.
Exactly.
100%.
And Antonin Scalia was basically expressing the founders.
Hold on. Are you going to point out the fact that he went against 200 years of precedents and actually said that he ignored the commas to make it how he sees it? Are we going to ignore the fact that he says that the Second Amendment right, even though like he contradicts himself, he says the Second Amendment right is not unlimited. It does not mean that you can own whatever you want for whatever purpose you want whatsoever. Why are we skipping that as well? Like you're skipping over the important stuff and you're going with the stuff that makes it sound cool, right? But I know the Heller decision.
But you also know that every Supreme Court case that has been brought up to the Supreme Court was when someone took a state an objection to a state law or a state regulation to the Supreme Court. All of the regulations happen at the state level. All the rights not given to the federal government are given to the states.
So your right to own a firearm is a state right. You're 100% correct on that.
Yes, your right to own a firearm, to bear a firearm, is regulated at the state level.
Right. So the Second Amendment isn't that. The Second Amendment deals with the militia. You just proved my point. You just walked right into the point.
You did.
No. The Second Amendment says that our right to keep and bear arms should not be infringed. So it is the wanderess of the people to take any legal challenge to a state regulation to the federal government if it is an infringement of their right to keep and bear arms.
Cool. Miller, Crookshank, Presser v. Illinois, they disagree with you. The Slaughterhouse cases disagree with you. Robertson v. Baldwin disagrees with you. Britt versus North Carolina all disagree with you. And that's cool. But now I'm going to break it down further because you already admitted that grammar means something except when it comes to the Second Amendment. So let's take it even further, right? How many times is the word infringed used in the Constitution?
The only time I ever recall seeing it in the Constitution is in the Second Amendment.
Right, because individual rights mentioned within amendments in the Constitution use the terms deny or abridged, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. So the Second Amendment doesn't guarantee you the individual right. You've walked into the point like 6 times, man.
You kind of have, James. And can I ask him historical context too?
Absolutely.
Do you know the origin of the Second Amendment, James?
Yeah, the Second Amendment came. Well, what do you mean by the origin? Are you talking about legally, or are you talking about with common law?
Why it was written?
Yes, it was written because people were restricted from owning, keeping and bearing arms in European countries, and when they came to the United States, they said that we cannot have a. The founders did not want a standing army; they wanted an armed populace. But in the event that there was a standing army, they wanted an armed populace to maintain
to defend against a
tyrannical government. That is exactly right.
That's
awesome. Incorrect. It never says that. Also, did you know, James, that is a actual felony right now? U.S. Code 2385, advocating for the overthrow of a government is a felony that is punishable by 20 years in prison.
And Noah Webster said, before a standing army can rule, the people must be disarmed, as they are in almost every kingdom of Europe. The supreme power in America cannot enforce unjust laws by the sword, because the whole body of the people are armed. And constitute a force superior to any band of regulated troops that can be on any.
James, you're incorrect about the origin of the Second Amendment, and hopefully you'll be willing to listen for a second. The Second Amendment was established because, again, our entire country was built on slavery and white supremacy and racism. The Second Amendment was established in particular because Virginia slave owners were concerned about the slave rebellion, so they petitioned the government to be included in this militia so that they could then be justified in using their firearms to go after slaves. So I guess the question I have for you is, if you did not know that, I would just like you to be honest when addressing this. Did you know that is the actual history of the Second Amendment, or did you not know that? Because you're just wrong about the tyrannical government argument. And I'll prove it to you in just a second if you can address my question. Please unmute your microphone.
Are you suggesting that the only militias that existed in the beginning of the country were slave owning militias?
James, answer the question, please.
No.
Did you know
the militias were brought together?
Wait a minute. Did you know the history of the Second Amendment was established because, again, Virginia slave owners were concerned about the slave rebellion because post-Revolutionary War, the militia was scattered. They were literally outnumbered by their slaves, and they wanted to be militiaized so that they could use their firearms to keep their slaves in line. Did you not know that?
Did you know that whenever the country was being established, not only were we fighting indigenous people.
Did you know that, James? Did you know that? Yes or no?
The Spanish, and we were also fighting the French.
Did you know that? Answer the question, coward. Hey, coward. Answer the question. Coward.
The militia was established.
Okay, you're not going to answer the question, so we'll just continue to dunk on you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the history of the Second Amendment is rooted in racism. Like I've said a million times, a country built by people who look like me to benefit people who look like me. The second, am I wrong about that, Brett? My history, I think 2A?
No, not at all. And to further that point, right, because I hear this all the time, and I know James is going to say this, and actually I think he did touch on it. The Second Amendment was written so that everybody could own a firearm. Could our BIPOC communities own firearms back in the 1700s? Absolutely not.
Good
right?
point.
So you think that, like you said, Virginia, do you think that they ratified the Second Amendment in saying, yes, everybody should have one, when there could have been a slave rebellion? Absolutely not.
You going to mute your mic, James, and have a conversation instead of you monologuing?
Did you know the history? Whitewashed history.
Did you just accuse me of monologuing after muting me and not allowing me to speak?
No, because you didn't answer my question.
You're acting like the militias.
Okay. Once again, did you know the actual history of the Second Amendment? Yes or no? It's really simple. Did you know that? And the reason your argument falls flat is because do you expect, so the lie that you believe is about the tyrannical government, did you know the actual history of the 2A?
Yeah, I study the history of the 2A. That's exactly what I do. Yes.
No, you didn't. No, so you don't. you don't want to address the fact that it was actually written to support Virginia slave owners because of the slave rebellion? Did you not know that?
That might have been beneficial to the slave owners in Virginia, and I will concede that. But
Just
do you think?
Virginia.
Do
No other
you
states,
think?
just Virginia.
No other state, James?
Yeah, and do you think that all the other states that were ratifying the Second Amendment were using it to keep their slaves in check?
Absolutely, and they weren't states; they were colonies.
Colonies, exactly, James. Care to comment?
Crickets.
I just don't think I can get anywhere with y'all because
you're wrong.
You're wrong. You're just wrong. So here, let's put it into modern terms. Would you be willing to do anything to protect kids?
No, I wouldn't give up my rights to keep
Get the hell out of here. Nope, I wouldn't give up my rights not to protect kids, but bathroom issues, but trans people in sports,
but we need more Bibles in schools,
but immigrants. Ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what I expected would happen today. This is what we see. These same people who literally go into spaces and accuse us of all kinds of horrible and egregious. I've been called some of the most despicable things when it comes to kids. Brett knows I'm a father and a proud father, and I sit there and I'll take it. The threats that I get in my lives about you people literally claiming that the Democrats are the ones that are harming children. I ask you a simple question. Would you be willing to do anything to protect your kids? And the answer is nope, not giving up my rights. I would do anything to protect your kids, James, because you don't give a shit about them. You don't care. And I find it really funny when presented with the way, first of all, that's a great grammar exercise. Well done, brother. That's a great way to break it down. As somebody who writes for a living, I love the way you broke that down. We had the preeminent expert, the preeminent scholar on the history of the Second Amendment, gun rights, deaths by firearms in our country on our live earlier. And I've confirmed with him that I'm right about my history of the 2A. Brett backs me up. And here we are. No, it's the tyrannical government. And then we had some mouth-breathing potato earlier saying, well, it takes an act of Congress, so that wouldn't happen anyway. Okay, so if that wouldn't happen anyway, why are you concerned about the big, bad tyrannical government? Good luck against a predator drone. Good luck with that.
100%. And that's the thing, too. Like I say this all the time. How am I don't know these people's kids, but how am I a better father to these people's kids than they are? Like,
exactly.
I don't understand.
Exactly. J-Man, how are you today?
Doing all right. How are y'all?
Doing fine, thank you. Do you believe in my background, my prompt?
Oh, absolutely. I had a commentary on the teachers issue.
Okay, go for it.
The problem I see is when you have somebody coming into a school and they're armed, they have an intent. And if you arm the teachers, you're going to have hesitation because not all of them are going to be willing to pull that trigger.
Absolutely.
That was all I wanted to add at the time, but
I appreciate it,
we
Jay.
moved on.
Well, and these people that come in there and do that, they do not intend on walking out. So they want as many bullets flying as they can. And teachers who went to school for years to teach are not proficient. The vast majority would not be proficient in firing firearms. So then there are more bullets flying everywhere and more children being hit.
Exactly.
Thank you, Jay, for being here.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. So I just wanted to confirm some data that somebody had mentioned. Self-defense. Proposed by James Madison. Second Amendment is a contentious topic with some believing provides the absolute right to own weapons, others arguing its limits to bear arms. Ratified on December 17th, 1791. Okay, yep. Right,
Steve, have you read Madison's original Second Amendment?
I have. I need to read it again. It's been a while. I wish we could revert a little bit.
Yeah. If they wanted individual people to have that right individually, they would have went with Madison's original Second Amendment, but they didn't want that because that means that the slaves would have had firearms. So that is why they went against it. So Madison's original says The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, semicolon, which does what they think commas do. A well-armed and well-regulated militia being the best security of a free country, but no person religiously scrupulous of bearing arms shall be compelled to render military service in person. So that means that they could own their firearms and not be in the militia. That is what they think that our current Second Amendment means.
That's a good
But
point.
we see that everybody voted against Madison's original one to make it the way that it is now.
The point of this exercise today is just the unbelievable hypocrisy, despicable hypocrisy, and just everything that they will do to defend the rights of an inanimate object and a 240 plus year old document over protecting the lives of children. Everything. Would you be willing to do anything to protect the rights of kids? No, not giving up my rights. Would you support expanded access to school lunches? Depends what it is. Why does your party vote against child tax credits to lift children out of poverty? Well, how does that work? There's always an excuse because, again, the right has been able to convince their voters that the big bad government is coming for their rights. Meanwhile, you literally voted for people who are targeting you to take your rights away. I mean, the billionaire class writing legislation now to support the billionaire class, you're going to lose. You've already lost. And it's just a simple question. If Brett were to ask me, Steve, would you do anything to help kids? I'm not even going to fucking think about it. Before he even finishes his sentence, I'm going to say yes.
Absolutely.
And all you guys do is find these excuses and you'll stand 10 toes down and you think you're right. You literally think, if it means giving up my rights, no. The rights that you don't even understand.
Exactly.
You literally don't even understand it.
And not just that, but they're like, oh, we don't want our rights taken away. And like you said, to your point, they don't understand their rights, but then they're willing to let their children's rights be taken away. Because when you have officers stopping children in schools, checking their backpacks and everything, that violates their Fourth Amendment and their Fifth Amendment. They don't have due process in that, but we would rather regulate our kids and take our kids' rights away than actually being adults in the situation and regulating ourselves.
Well said. I just want to read this real quick because this is the 14th Amendment, the 14th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States that you guys seem to think is, the be all end all. Okay? All people born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States and the state they reside in. No state can make or enforce laws that abridge the privilege or immunities of citizens or deny equal protection of the laws. No state can deprive a person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. So the Constitution that you say, my rights, obviously you would show equal disdain for the government to want to round up people in our country who are protected by the same document. The same exact document. Oh, I get it. You get to pick and choose like you pick and choose history, right? Because brown-skinned people would be targeted by mass deportation. You're okay with that, right? You're fine with that. Violating persons. Notice it says person. No state can deprive a person of life, liberty, or the pursuit of happiness. Okay? People born in our country, whether their parents were here, legally or not, are citizens of our country. And the guy that you voted for doesn't give a shit. Round him up, ship him out. Y'all are okay with that, aren't you? Make sense.
And to that point, right? I mean, you just read it several times. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge. Going back to the Second Amendment talk that we were having earlier, they use the terms deny or abridge, either together or separate, like that. And anytime it's talking about individual rights in the Constitution.
Exactly.
And then they vote for a guy that wants to violate their First Amendment. They talk about these rights, but then when Trump says that he wants to imprison people for up to a year for burning the U.S. flag, which is covered under the First Amendment, Texas
Correct.
v. Johnson, 1989, they're
Correct.
cool with that.
Correct.
So is it, what is it? Do you want your rights or not? Like, you can't pick and choose. This isn't a Bible. You don't get to cherry pick shit.
Exactly. I mean, in addition, he wants to arrest people for saying bad words about the Supreme Court.
Fuck the Supreme Court.
Yeah. I mean, again, and the only, with the exception of Ronald Reagan, who was the most anti-2A that we've seen, Trump literally would violate your due process rights.
Yep.
And you voted for that guy. Again, it's just the hypocrisy. We've seen it all morning. You're just not, MAGA. You're just not. Just accept it. The Christian right, evangelicals, MAGA, and even a lot of just traditional conservative Republicans do not give a fuck. You don't care. You are not willing to do whatever is necessary to protect children. And yet you stand up in your soapboxes and you go after the LGBTQIA community, in particular the trans community, calling them threats, calling them predators. People in your own party. Calls are always coming from inside the house.
Hey, Steve, you know the only men in dresses I've ever been worried about my children being around are preachers and priests. Those are the only ones.
It's so true. It is so true. Good morning, Justin. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. Do you agree with my prompt?
No. I just want to say that, yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse and Daniel Penny are patriots.
You can't even say patriot correctly, you dumbass.
I kicked him before we got a chance to say it.
Well, you said patriots.
Yeah.
Like
another coward. They're so cowardice. They're such babies. Unbelievable. Hi, Delta. How are you today?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Doing okay. Do you agree with my prompt?
Yeah, absolutely. And I specifically wanted to come up to tell Brett that you're amazing. I don't know how else to put it. I'm gonna get teary here. I was watching you yesterday when everything happened, and I remember when I remember seeing the first time with the caskets with the cartoon, and I don't know why, but that has resonated with me. It's something about it just stuck with me, and I just want to tell you, you're an amazing person. You have fortitude and strength like I've never seen. You amaze me every day. And as far as this topic goes, I'm actually sitting in my car getting ready to pull out. I'm a case manager up in New York State. And, people will say, oh, we don't need to take the pew-pews. We need this, we need that, we need mental health. Well, that's all true, but here's the other problem. Nobody wants to come off their tax dollars. And that's what I do, is I try to find kids who are red flag, I try to find them help, but there is no help. There's nothing. Nobody wants to do anything, no matter what angle you come from. Nobody wants to do. They don't want to come off the money. They don't want to lose their Second Amendment. They don't want to do this. They don't want to, but then you better do something. It's insanity to me. And there's so many holes in the whole thing.
And it's not isolated, Delta. This is common. I mean, it's overwhelmingly they say the same thing. Nope, not gonna protect kids if it means I got to give up my 2A. Not gonna do it. But the trans community, they're the threats.
Yeah.
But women's sports. Yeah. But books. Yeah. Those are the threats.
Yeah. I mean, up here, we can have a kid in school who's making like really egregious threats, and they wind up going to the psych hospital. And if that kid is calmed down by the time they get to the psych hospital, they just get sent home. Whereas everybody, the parents, the counselors, the school, everybody's screaming like, no, there's something going on. But there's nothing you can do. It's awful.
Yeah, it's just it's cowardice. It's the lie that they've been told. I can play the audio from Justice Berger about the greatest lie told on the American society. If we can regulate the militia, we can't regulate 16, 17, 18, 19, 20-year-olds, 25-year-olds. I mean, make it make sense. But thanks for being here, Delta. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks. Bye.
It's
Good morning.
so disturbing to me. Hi, Victoria. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you guys?
We're doing.
I mean, yeah. Hi, Brett. I just wanted to come up because one of the things that struck me about this conversation and that one gentleman you had up is he like he didn't want to give anything up, right? And I was like, well, why would you just automatically not choose to protect children? But I realized they see children as property.
Of course they do.
They see children as a means to an end, and it's a transactional like thing. So like it's a dehumanization. Like, what about these children's rights to come into a safe community? What about these children's rights to have, you know, access to health care and grow up in a society that they can, you know, be themselves? And yet here we are having this whole conversation again, doing the thing again, and nothing's going to change again. And the traumatization of all the people who experience this makes me rage because it's not fair. It's not fair to the children. It's not fair to people like Brett. It's not fair to families across the United States. And it should be as easy as one life. It's worth it. Goodbye, pew pew. But they don't want to do that.
It's really, really, it's so well said, Victoria. And I think that's the frustration for most of us, right? When we talk about this, the parties, it's the hypocrisy. We all know, we see it every single day. The party that will say egregious things about people in the trans community in particular, right? About how they're the threats and they're indoctrinating and they're, drag shows and drag queen story hour and all these kinds of things. You want to ban books because they talk about your vagina and your penis. They don't want to have age appropriate sex ed in schools because all those things are threats. But the thing that actually is harming their children to the tune of the number one cause of death for children under the age of 17, can't touch that. States' rights, brother. Like, it's the hypocrisy. And it's good. To be honest, it's good that we'll never understand that, because if we start to understand it, then it's like, okay, I hope I never want to understand that line of logic. Never.
No. I think too, the other part of this, which is when you dehumanize even children, because children are capable of understanding the trauma and growing up quickly in that thing, you're creating people who are going to take action, whether you like it or not. When you put profit over people, you put a certain thing over people, you're setting yourself up for failure. You're setting yourself up for acts of violence, because it's an act of violence. Their entire lives being acts of violence are going to only lead to more violence. And you put people in desperate situations. You put them you give them no outs. You give them no health care. You give them no ability to take care of themselves. What are they going to do? They're going to react and take it out at the end of the day.
And Ben brought up a really good point earlier that, this particular generation of elected officials trying to find compromise with the other side about reasonable access to government or to universal health care, red flag laws. The more Gen Zers that are elected and eventually Gen Alphas that are elected to Congress, they're going to want to just amend the Constitution and change the entire thing when it comes to the 2A. So now is their chance. Now is, again, much like women's rights to their body, it's an overwhelming issue in support of it. The overwhelming majority, I think it's like 70% or higher, that people in our country support universal background checks, red flag laws, raising the age. There are nuances there, but by and large, the majority of Americans believe we should have something, and that includes Republicans. That includes firearm owners. I mean, it's the power of the lobby. The NRA, man, and millions of dollars that they spend every year to elect Republicans. You can look at the donor list. You can, open secrets. You can see who donates. It's Republicans up and down the aisle. Mitt Romney, I think, was at the top of the list. It's just, there's just no, it's the hypocrisy. Just literally listening into it this morning, I prepared myself going in. I'm like, there's going to be people, I'm going to ask this question. Would you support, expanded school lunches in schools? Nope. But you're okay, but you wouldn't give up your firearms. Nope. So don't tell me that you care about kids. You don't give a shit.
Yeah,
and you're right, it's property.
Pro-life is saying, I want to make sure their communities are safe, that they're well educated, that their health care is covered, they have food, they have all these things that they necessities for their lives, because that leads to happy adults. That leads to, functional adults, instead of coming into adulthood slightly broken and a little bit bitter. And a little bit bitter is an understatement, because as a child of this, product of this community, I spend a lot of time being like, you know what? Red Butler had something when he said there are better places in the world.
It's true. It's so true.
That is the most honest line of that entire movie.
It's so true. Good morning, Rochelle. How are you today?
Hello, good morning. I'm doing all right. I'm so saddened by the news that came out yesterday. It's just so heartbreaking,
Yeah. Do you agree with my prompt?
Yes, I do. Yes, they've never been about protecting kids at all. And I definitely agree with Victoria's point about how they see children as property. And it's weird because it's like they care more about their property, the property of like an inanimate object, more than they do about literal human lives. It's kind of like psychopathic, really.
Yeah. It's the hypocrisy. It is the hypocrisy.
It's just.
Thank you, Brett. Okay, buddy. I'll see you a little bit. Thanks for being here, friend. Appreciate you very much, Brett. We love you.
I can't believe it, especially since like it came, like the news happened just a few days after, what happened to the CEO guy. I just feel like now there's a whole generation of like kids who just don't feel like cared for. They don't feel, and you can sense when someone, especially like when the adults around you don't even value your life. Like you can sense it, and I just feel like how are kids supposed to go to a classroom and focus and like learn when they're like scared every day for their life,
I agree. Thanks for being here today, Rochelle. Appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
You got it. See you later.
Bye.
It's a good point. That it depends on the kind of society we want to have.
Yeah, I mean it's a form of violence. It's just a form of violence growing up in that. I think about like sitting in a gym when I was 5 years old, having the first stranger danger conversation and realizing later on that wasn't the conversation we should be having. We should have that conversation, but also we should have the family danger conversation. We should have the neighbor danger conversation. As a victim of SA, I know that those conversations, having those just in general, would have been better, and
yeah, I mean,
those
I think
memories sit with me, and I'm still angry.
I think you and I have talked about this before about how I've always been an advocate for age appropriate sex ed, from proper names for body parts. You're working your way up, good touch, bad touch, to the point where we're talking about consent. So that the problem is the evangelical right, it's this stigmatized. Like you can't talk about sex publicly. It's something that stays at home. And we see by and large, a lot of the SA against children happens in those kinds of homes.
Yeah.
Kids don't understand what the rules are. Like you said, I think the right in many cases approaches their children as property. I never really thought about it that way before, but you're absolutely right. Therefore, they can do anything they want.
Well, and it's not just a property aspect, because I believe everything's connected. These are the same people who think that spanking their children is okay, because they believe that dominance and power teaches their children the lesson that they think it teaches, when it in fact doesn't do that. It just traumatizes them further. It doesn't create the lesson that they're looking for. So like it's a deep-seated problem. Like this is violence upon violence upon violence and control. Someone said in a chat, it's control, and that's what it is. They want control, complete control, but not for them. Only for everyone else that they see as lesser.
That's right. Jen, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me up. I hope you all are doing all right. I just wanted to say thank you so much. I don't believe in God, but you're doing God's work by being up here, really just being truthful about what's going on in the world. And I agree with you. I has never been protecting kids, and it's terrifying to think that people who are in charge of this country don't give a shit about the most important people in our in our world, and they don't care about the kid once they're born. They only care that they are born, and it's terrible. And I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate you giving me a sec to say thanks, because I know I can say it all in the comments, but just appreciate you, Victoria. I started watching you and Mishi's live a while back, and when she was doing them, and I couldn't be happier that I got to know who you people are, and that I'm on the right side of this history with y'all. So y'all have the day that, whatever day we can have right now with the shit that's going on. But much love to you all.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you,
Appreciate you
Jen.
saying
Have a
that.
great day.
Thank you. You
Very
too.
much. It's again, it's a really good point. This whole property thing, you got me thinking about that now. Like the possession.
Oh, I know.
You know,
I was sitting here like, oh, I'm going to say this out loud.
Yeah. I'm going to bring up a mod first. We're going to do some mod announcements. Sam, are you on the hook? I think you are. Just real quick, everybody, if you guys wouldn't mind, just continue to like it and share. We're kind of hovering around 300,000. That'd be great if we could bang that number up a little bit. I think it's really, really important for the purposes of this conversation to identify the question that I was asking earlier about, would you be willing to do anything? And so many people just aren't. And yet those same people will go after the trans community, will go after the liberal men who paint their nails. We're the threat, right? We're the threat. Drag Queen Story Hour is the threat. Books are the threat. And it's, again, the calls always come from inside the house, right?
Yeah.
It's
I mean, yeah, these are the same people. These are the same people who will scream like my rights and then be completely okay with taking other people's rights away. These are the same people. I had a thought earlier and I just lost it, of like, they will, how do I want to say this? They will say, they think that's it. They think they're the hero. They want to be the hero. They think they're going to be the person who runs in and is the good guy with a pew pew, and they're going to do the thing. But quite often they're not. They're not the people to stand up. They're just the people to be aggressive when they feel slighted. They're just the people who will scream at the barista for not making their coffee right. Like, these are not, they want to be the hero and they see themselves that way, but they're in fact not the hero, because if they were the hero, they'd be on the right side of history.
That's a good point, Victoria. It's like the videos that we see that get distributed, right? About people yelling at the worker, the barista in Starbucks, or it's the person who's saying, yelling racial epithets at kids selling lemonade on the on the corner of their street. They're usually white cis men, white cis women, and they're the same ones that are saying that those people are the threats. Ship out all the immigrants, lock up all the gays, all that kind of shit. It's the same people that we've talked to today. Hi, Cookie. Thanks for being here. No, I'm not getting another dog. Let's get out of the way right now. Thank you.
Good
Love you.
morning, Facts. Good morning, Victoria.
Cookie.
Guys, we've got an excellent audience today. We're already up to 304K. Let's keep tapping, and hopefully we can get up to like 330 by the time I get down. Also, if you can, hit that heart me on the upper left of your screen. That it costs 1 coin, and it kind of helps put us out on the algorithm. And in the bottom right, you'll see the share button. If you can, share that with as many people as possible, or just hit copy link. Also, he's got some new merch out, so check out the new merch store. And if you subscribe, you get a 10% discount. So consider subscribing. Plus, you get really great emotes that you can use and kind of irritate people with, which is always fun in my book. He's also got pay apps, and we are raising money to get him another furry friend. So yeah, go ahead and donate to those pay apps.
Wait, what was that?
Yeah,
Misinformation, fake news, misinformation.
You know that I foster animals, Facts.
Victoria, don't you dare be part of the club. I'm already overwhelmed here. It's not going to happen.
Victoria's joining the army. Yes.
I'm just
my
saying,
numbers grow.
another fur baby is always acceptable answer. It's either that, or would you put glitter in your beard first? Because I've been pressuring Matt to do that.
I told you, if you had, I'm there. You got something that will go to a good cause, I'll put glitter in my beard, no problem. If I have to choose between glitter in my beard or another animal who likes to chew things up, including one of my guitars, by the way, which is another reason why I'm not going to add another one, then I would do that. So yes. Anyway, I digress.
So basically, Kipper is not helping my cause at all.
Not at all. No.
That's wonderful. God.
Not at
Hey,
all.
guys, check out his YouTube and join our Discord. All of his links are in the bio up there, okay? And if you need any help, just tag a mod and we will help you out. We're also taking mod applications if you're interested. So join the Discord and go to the mod applications and fill it out. And I'll jump down. I'm sorry I took so long.
Thank
You
you,
all have a
Cookie.
great day.
You too.
I love
Thank you very
you.
much. Love you too. See you later.
Love you, Cookie. Bye.
No
Look.
more dogs. No more.
No more. How about a
Can't do
kitty?
it. Have one.
You could get another one because you're so cute.
Nope. Good try.
Well, you know. Was worth a
Good
shot.
try, Victoria. Hi, Nancy. How are you today?
Oh, I'm good. I just wanted to tell you that I live in Madison, Wisconsin, and we are all 100% devastated, of course. And what really breaks my heart is to think that a second grader, a 7-year-old child, took out his cell phone, dialed 911, and said, "Someone's shooting at my school." This 7-year-old is a better, smarter human being than most of the jack behinds that have been on your program this morning. That's all I have to say.
Appreciate you, Nancy. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Nancy. My cat's name is Freya, and she's a tortie. We don't tell her, she doesn't know that she's not the baby anymore, just so everyone knows. We just lie to her.
Just a baby.
Yeah. She does not know at all.
Shay does not look you're able to connect today. Alex, I'm not bringing you back up here. You're a trash human being, so don't even bother requesting. Good morning, friend. How are you today? Hello, are you there? Bodhisattva. Okay. I think that might have been a butt dial. Whatever you call it. A pocket TikTok. Pocket request.
Mm-hmm.
I am fucking Zen, Kira. Good call.
Yeah, we don't tell ours that, especially this one, she has sensitive feelings. We do not tell her that she's adopted.
Oh. Alex, you're not coming back up here because you're a trash human being, so don't bother requesting. I'll just keep kicking you. Good morning, friend. How are you today?
Hey, Steve. How you doing, buddy?
Doing. How about you?
I'm sitting here laughing a little bit which I needed today, because you're talking about not getting any animals, and here I am feeding our 900 animals.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I mean, I love animals. I just, I was joking last week about maybe we could find common ground about, maybe the fact that the billionaire class is out to get us as a society. Can we rally around that? And I think the answer is dogs are the common ground.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I have one. I'm good. But thank you for asking.
and they keep voting for a guy who doesn't have dogs, which I always look at people who don't own animals or any kind of pets. I always look at them as a little shady, but that's not neither here nor there.
Same.
But to your point, sorry about that.
It's okay.
To your point today, my big frustration. Sorry, get out of that room. My big frustration is that we can't even have the conversation with them. That's my problem is that every time this happens, and which is sad, just that sentence kills me, saying every time this happens. It should have been one time. That should have been enough, right? Columbine, anything before that should have been enough. But if you bring this up, and you see it every day, every time you bring this up, you see those comments coming in. Oh, Second Amendment, this and that, or my rights, my guns, this and that. Every time this happens, we come up and say something has to be done. We're not, like you said, you've never once said, "Hey, take all the guns away."
Nope.
But that's the first thing they jump to. Oh, you're going to take our guns. You're going to violate my rights. You can't have the conversation. They won't even discuss logical, common sense laws that we know will help.
Correct.
And that's where my frustration comes in. I had a cousin that was in Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School back when Parkland happened. His a classmate of his, Sunday school classmate, Jamie Gutenberg, she was killed in that.
I see Fred Gutenberg talking a lot about that. He's a voice that goes around national media.
Yeah, he's a powerful voice.
He is.
When I used to be on X, I don't know if he's on Blue Sky or not yet. I used to follow him, and he's always inspirational. He's one of those people like Brett that anytime this happens, is somebody I turn to kind of some reassurance that somebody's trying to do something about it, you know?
Right.
But I'll never forget, because my cousin, I want to say he was a junior or senior at the time. And do you remember that CNN had a town hall about a week later? I don't know if you remember that. They had after Parkland.
Parkland.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's been so many. I mean, I'm sure.
Yeah. I just remember because he happened to be sitting like right in the front row, like 2 feet from the stage, and you had little Marco up there making his excuses for guns, and they had at the time the NRA sent, and I think it's kind of nice that she's not a factor anymore. Is Dana Loesch? Do you remember her?
I do. Yeah, I do.
Awful human being. I remember she was booed out of the building that night. But it was the same thing. I mean, you have these kids. You had a panel full of children and teachers talking about, why can't we do something about this? And then she's sitting there right in front of America and in front of these people who are just going through this fresh hell and refusing to even discuss possibilities. And I mean, that's our problem as a country. We can't even come to a consensus on just minor legislation.
Reasonable, something that we can agree to. Again, the overwhelming majority of Americans believe that we should have universal background checks, red flag laws, raise the age to purchase, ban assault weapons. That one's not as much, but still the majority. Limited high capacity mags. I mean, all these things are just reasonable. They don't even want to do that. They don't even want to have that conversation.
I don't know. As a father now, especially now, it's always hit me hard. As a father now, my son is 6 years old, and he went on a field trip last week. They went to a Christmas tree farm.
Awesome.
And it just so happened that day, I have, I always watch I work from home, and so I always have the TV on in the background. I had the Price is Right on in the background, right? Coming on right after that is our 12 o'clock news. And just so happened that day, the opening story was of a bus crash in upstate South Carolina. I don't think I breathed until I confirmed that wasn't anything to do with my son and his field trip.
Of course.
So I can't imagine what these parents are going through in Madison. Like, I just don't understand how any. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say the only person, our friend Brett, he lives it every day.
Yeah. I just can't even imagine, and how somebody who is a parent can kind of see something like this happen and not say, what can we do about it? I just don't understand it.
They don't care because of the lie that they've been told. Just literally, even when you give them the historical relevance, articles within the Constitution, the Madison Papers, Scalia and the Heller decision, all these things that refute their claim about government tyranny. Again, I like to remind people, because they don't want to teach history about it, the racist, white supremacist approach to our government, a government built by people who looks like me to benefit people who look like me. Again, if their argument is the 2A provided the rights of the citizens, well, the BIPOC community weren't citizens according to the Constitution, just 3/5 of a person. So they don't care. They just do not care. They tell us every single day. And this is part of our response, right? On the left, it doesn't really matter your ideology. If you just believe in the preservation of life, real people who are truly pro-life, the people who care about human rights above all, this is our response. Hold them to it. Don't be a hypocrite. You can't sit there and say that you care about the life of others. You don't care about that kid after it's born. You don't want to fund public education. You don't want to fund school lunch programs. You want to take away SNAP benefits. You don't want to vote for an expanded tax credit. You don't care about giving student loan forgiveness. You don't care about clean water, clean air. You don't care about any of that shit. So don't tell me you're pro-life. You're pro-forced birth. You're pro-control. That's what you are.
Yeah.
Hold them to it every single day. Hold them to it every day. Remind them that.
Yeah. They'll come up and scream at you about bathrooms and about, litter boxes in classrooms and all this stuff that there is literally no research, nothing to back it up on, nothing logical about it. And that's why I love watching you and Brett and Ben and all these people who have studied this and know what this is. You bring up these facts and they just don't care, which is sadly a microcosm of what just happened in our election. I mean, that's just how it is right now, and I don't understand it.
I appreciate you, friend, as always. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Steve. Keep doing the great work you do. Victoria, good to see you.
You too, buddy. See you later.
Thanks. Bye.
I mean, here's the reality. Go ahead, Victoria. You going to say something?
I was going to say, I think that this is a good time to acknowledge a big part of the systematic issue with this, because we have all these people who come up in their emotional brains. And if you know anything about emotional brains, it means that you're not thinking logically. So when you're thinking emotionally, you're not making rational decisions. You're not thinking about the thing. You're not thinking about the impact of it. You go to a self-preservation stage, a selfish stage where you're emotional and you're not really thinking about what you're saying as it pertains to it. And our society is built around that, is built to keep us in our emotional brains, where our media does it, our just livelihood, just going out in public because everybody else is feeling the same way. So when you're in the Starbucks line and the coffees are taking too long, instead of sitting there and being like patiently waiting, you're irritated because you got to get to work because there's no time off from work, and you can't be late because there's a micromanager there who's been, rewarded for their micromanagement with another promotion. And then you're screaming at this poor little barista because you're just so flustered. Right. And then your kids come home from school and they've got homework, and it's just it compounds on itself. So I think what we see with the Republican Party is their lack of care is just that, but they don't even recognize it. They're so emotional. They're so angry. They just come in and lash out at us. And we have to play, not only are we gentle parenting them back into their logical brain, they're fighting that because their entire existence crumbles if we break one thing in their brain. And yeah, I think that this is a whole conversation of, this is a bigger issue, and we can't separate them because they're all intertwined at the end of the day, and they hate that conversation.
You're right. I mean, it's part of the distraction, right? I mean, this is part of the the infighting that's by design to divide while the billionaire class takes over America. You become an oligarchy. Mm-hmm. When people in government, what's the number now? I think it's $200 billion net worth, not including Vivek and Elon, that are now part of in cabinet positions, writing legislation and advocating for policies that benefit the billionaire class. And we're supposed to think that that's a good thing for us. We just have to accept it. This is who we are as a country. Number one in healthcare, 42nd in outcome, highest rates of child poverty in the developed world. Number one cause of death is for children under the age of 17 or firearm death. We've got poor education standards globally. Like I said, highest rates of infant mortality and maternal mortality. We're overweight. We're unhealthy as a nation. This is who we are. As the wealth gap gets wider and wider and wider and wider. And with the exception of marginalized groups, because they're always the one that suffer the most, it's Republican voters, by and large, who are the victims of the system. They're the ones that live in red states that are funded by blue states. They're the ones that take advantage of welfare more than any other group, with the exception of corporations in the billionaire class. They're the ones that get punished, and yet they can talk about voting against your best interest. But it's the brown skinned people, Victoria. Yeah. But it's the LGBTQA people. But it's the immigrants.
There's a scene in Catching Fire. From
you're right. Most incarcerated too. Chad, you're right. Most incarcerated as well, including most incarcerated women. We lock up women here more than they do in other countries who've got laws about not showing your nose.
Yeah. I'm going to say this because, this is the thought that I've come through with this whole thing. And so I know everyone quotes The Handmaid's Tale and we're all like, oh, we're going to be handmaids. I don't think it's going to be that. I think we have a great depiction in the Hunger Games trilogy. Not that we're going to do the games aspect of it, but it is a fascist dictatorship. There's all the wealth is culminated at the top. You've got this wealthy area where they just get all the things that they want and, all the things, but all the districts suffer. And there's a scene in Catching Fire where you've got Donald Sutherland as Snow and Philip Seymour Hoffman. And Philip Seymour Hoffman is trying to break the rebellion early on. Now, at the time, we had an idea that maybe he was playing for the other team, but we're not sure. And he's going through the whole thing where he's we're going to flogging, execution, this, wedding photos. And that's what our media is. And we're seeing a lot of that come up into our society. When I watch that movie, I'm like, oh, this feels like a little too close to home right now.
It's true.
But I mean, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing this, depiction of how to really just beat people down, so that if you're hungry and you don't know where your next meal is coming from, and you're reliant on that job, you're reliant on those things, you're not going to be willing to fight back until you're so angry and it just turns into straight violence.
Yep. Yeah. Again, by design, the distraction is the point. It's a really good thought experiment, like you said. You're standing in line at Starbucks or wherever it might be, or it's 2 days before Christmas and you haven't got all your stocking stuffers yet, and then you're going after people who are getting paid shit while the corporation gets rich off your back, and then you complain about it. And again, this is who we are now. There needs to be an acceptance of the fact that this is who our country is. This is who we are. This is who we become. This is who we are, have been for a very long time, and it's not going to change until there's courage. Hi, Dan. How are you today?
Hey Steve, how you doing?
I'm okay.
Good, good. Yeah, it's just something that kind of piqued my interest over the last few minutes when we were talking here, and it's a piece of advice I always gave to my son. And first of all, I'll preface it by saying that the wealth gap is continuing to grow in this country, and I think it's growing to dangerous levels. And so this advice I used to give to my son when he was growing up, I said, don't ever fight someone who has nothing to lose.
Good
What
point.
it means is that if 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 you get a conflict of some sort, whether it's fighting physically or mentally or whatever, if you've got something to lose, you got a house, you got a family, a wife, a child, whatever, you've got stuff to lose. And so when you enter into a conflict, you have to consider, where you are, and if the other guy has nothing to lose, it's a severe disadvantage for you.
That's a good point, Dan. That's a really good
I think
point.
we froze up.
Yeah, you're breaking up. You can request up again. You got some bit of a bad signal. I mean, that's a good point. And listen, for those of you who've been following me for a long time and watch me here, I'm always going to try to see the glass half full. That's just who I am. That's just my nature. I'm not cynical by and large, but I got to admit, this is taking its toll on me just because of the fact that, you know, I want to be straight with y'all. I mean, I would love to say, we can do better as a society. We can be better. And yeah, those things are true, but we're not doing it. We're just not doing it. It's one thing to say, I go out and support my community, and I know you do, Victoria, and I know a lot of people do, but that's just not enough because there's not enough of us doing it. So
Yeah.
this is when I call it the entitled apathetic left. It's the same people that are complaining about things. The same people are saying, I stand with Luigi, but you won't do anything about it.
Exactly.
You won't demand change. You
It's
won't
like
vote for progressives.
when I make videos and I'm like, I'm not going to entertain the Democrats not speaking to the working class when Democrats don't show up to vote.
Exactly.
I won't have the conversation in good faith without the other part of that conversation. Because when I'm going out and you're not engaged and you're not being a part of the solution, or you're not showing up to meetings, having a room full of 50 people 2 weeks after the election thinking, where were you all
Right.
when I was running for office? Where are you when I'm having my local chair meetings for the local Democratic Party? Where are you? Why aren't you showing up? And I realized, like, we all got things to do, but like, this was too important to just sit on the sidelines. And now I'm making videos where I'm like, you don't get to sit on the sidelines anymore. You're either a part of the solution or you're a part of the problem, because we're at that point. And it's really hard. I'm was talking about this in a private message yesterday. It's like, I'm going to run for Congress in 2026, but I need someone to take over as county chair in my county so that I can properly run a campaign. Because my goal is to not work a full-time job so that I can focus wholeheartedly on the campaign. Right. Because I made some serious moves as a relatively unknown candidate, and I believe that we can actually flip this seat back to a Democratic seat because it used to be Democratic. And I'm like literally saying in these text messages, I'm saying, I don't think anyone's going to step up to the plate, because that's what it's been like for the last 2 years of my chair role, is nobody wants to step up. Nobody wants to do the job, or the people who've done it for years and years and years are just tired. They're tired. They want to focus on other things, but also support. So like, yeah, I mean, people, you got to step up to the plate. And if you're interested in any of that, I'm making content. I'm going to be making videos because I get a lot of questions around being a county chair and what it looks like coming to county party meetings. So yeah, follow along if you want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Not everybody can run for office. I mean, I think it's an amazing everybody somebody who's served in state government, who's been involved in politics my whole life. I've been involved in fundraising and supporting marginalized groups. And I'm not saying that for flowers. I'm just saying that there's a lot that we can do. And I don't mean, and people always, people say that they look at me and they feel inspired, and I appreciate that. And I take that seriously. I don't mean to be negative. I don't want to turn it into the fact that, I'm beaten down. I think we all are. The point is, this is who we are as a country. This is who we are. We don't, there's not enough anger directed at the top. There's just not enough. It's the punching down, right? That's the reality of it. Everybody's going to punch down to somebody below them, and the left is guilty of that too, right? And we've got to change the narrative. The billionaire class is sitting around these, on their golden toilets around their conference rooms with the tiki torches behind them, laughing at us. The same donor class that supports Democrats at the top of the ticket. Right? We know overwhelmingly so it's the right. We know that they're the ones that are taking more corporate money. We know that. We can look at Peter Thiel. We can look at Elon. I mean, let's be real. But they're all laughing at us because they're getting away with it. Like, what are people going to do about it? Like, there's been calls for a national strike. The entire country walks out of work. How do you hurt a billionaire? You go after their money. They don't give a shit about anything else because they grow like weeds. They'll just be another one. You think United Healthcare is going to change their policy because their CEO lost their life? Of course they're not. They'll just replace it with somebody else.
Yeah.
Do you want changes to firearm violence in our country? Then elect progressives. Literally. Yeah. And accept it. The Democratic Party needs to stop being fucking moderate and pay attention to the bulk of what the voters want in our country. We want universal health care. I'm sick and tired of little bites of the apple of the ACA. I'm on the ACA. I want universal fucking healthcare. I want to overfund public education. I want teachers to make a hell of a lot more money. I want guarantees for the Equal Rights Amendment. I want the EPA enforced. I want the FDA propped up. These are the things that, again, if the world laughs at us, Victoria, when we say we're progressive, they're like, that's not progressive.
Yeah, I get laughed at when I say I would like 6 months paid maternity leave and at least a month paternity leave for the supporting partner. I would like options for mothers or the birthing person or the person who wants to stay home for up to a year and have an income coming through, because I realize that's beneficial to not only the family and the child, but also to the fact that we don't have a daycare system that is well set up to help working class people. There are so many things, and it's not by any means, it's not super progressive. It's not asking a lot. It's just basic common decency and the God that they say they love. It's wanting to take care of our fellow man at the end of the day.
That's exactly right.
But I gotta drop down.
Thanks, Victoria.
But I love you. Thank you for having me up.
Appreciate you. Have a good day. See you later. Hi, Bucky.
Bye.
How are you?
Hey, I'm good, thanks. I'm from Australia, but I had some questions about gun control and wanted to know what are your. I guess I more want to know your opinions on Australia's reaction after the Port Arthur massacre.
I think Australia identified a threat to their citizenry, and they took action. They don't have a congressional amendment like the constitutional amendment like we do.
No, we certainly don't.
Yeah, I think they took action, and I think it proved that it was effective because there's been one or two levels of firearm violence since then, if any.
Definitely.
I'm not even advocating for that. Yeah, I'm not even advocating for that in the U.S. I'm not advocating for that. I'm advocating for responsible and reasonable legislation to help protect kids. If we can save one child.
And I guess my question was, why is there such a guttural reaction from gun owners when there's possible restrictions spoken about in terms
Such a
of guns.
such a complicated question. A lot of it is that the conservative right, the people who are 10 toes down in support of the 2A, are by and large cowards, Bucky. They've been told a series of lies their whole lives that it's the tyrannical government that's a threat, and they have their Rambo Call of Duty, war games fantasy that they're going to be the heroes to stand up to the federal government. That's one. And the gun lobby, the NRA and elected officials in Congress taking buckets and buckets of money to resist passing legislation that would save lives.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I think it's just gut wrenching every single,
Yeah.
I'll call them events because, yeah, massacres sound awful and awful to think about it that way. But every time these events happen, the whole world sees it, and we all just go, why are their actions not being taken?
That's the question, right? I mean, think about the question that I'm asking today. I mean, we've seen I'm not sure how long you've been listening, but we've seen so many examples. It's nope, not giving up my rights. Would you do anything to protect kids except give up my rights? So then you wouldn't be willing to do anything. As a
Yeah, I
firearm
would
owner, as somebody
give
who grew
away
up,
anything.
yeah, somebody who grew up hunting and fishing. I mean, I would literally, before you even got the sentence out of your mouth, if I said, would you be willing to give, I'd be like, yep, here you are, take them away. If that means I'm going to save one kid's life, no doubt about it. Happy to do it. No, I
But
mean, I
even in
don't,
Australia, like, I think people think about the gun control means no guns.
no,
But gun
exactly.
control can mean a whole plethora of things. But in Australia, you're allowed guns if you have reason to own a gun. Like you're a farmer. Most of those are the gun owners in Australia.
Yep.
But even if you like shooting for sport, you're allowed guns. So it's not even a full stop on no guns. It was a end for the massacres.
Correct.
Um,
Port Arthur, right? Wasn't that what it was? Was it Port
Port
Arthur?
Arthur, yeah,
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah. Again,
Yeah,
this is who, I mean, a lot of it I think is rooted in this fantasy that the right thinks that they're going to be the heroes. Yeah. Somebody pointed this out in the chat. Republican elected officials representing communities in our country who've suffered at the hands of mass scale firearm events and unalivings wore AR pins on their lapel in
yeah,
Congress after Uvalde.
yeah. That's disgusting.
It's disgusting. It is just disgusting. But thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers do, sorry, but they do fuck all.
Yeah.
So, yeah, anyway, that was my main point. I appreciate everything you do on here. I appreciate the information that you shoot out into the internets
Thank
and
you,
the
Bucky.
webs,
I
all
appreciate
that.
Thank you so much. Thank
All
you for
right.
being here. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Sorry. And just watching the comments go by. Where's the line? When do I lose my right? I mean, stop thinking that way. Walk up to your son or your daughter when they're sleeping. You're tucking them in on Christmas Eve. And you walk by your gun cabinet. Hopefully, it's in a gun cabinet, and you give it a little stroke because you care about that. And then you walk into your son or your daughter's room, and you look at them there, sleeping innocently. Children are nestled all snug in their beds. And then ask yourself, would I be willing to do anything to protect them? And if you can't answer honestly by saying yes, then you're the problem. Not the LGBTQIA community, not immigrants, not the woke left, not men who wear fingernail polish, not liberal colleges and universities, not the woke media. You're the problem. How many conversations have we had today asking that simple question? Okay, would you support a school lunch program? No, depends Depends. It's just so fucking disgusting. Like, you don't care about that women are losing their lives. You don't care about Bluebird. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm good. I am known under Poetivity long time
Hey,
ago.
Poe, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. You know my position on this.
I do.
I just don't believe we should have guns in this society at all. But basically, American society to me is like a stress camp. Like, it's not fun to live here anymore. And we don't get what we want when we elect officials. Like, they think they're going to get lower grocery prices. And then after he wins the election, he comes out, he says, oh, no, I can't really do that, and
And they'll
I'm
find
not
a way to
really
excuse it. They'll find a way to defend it or to blame it on somebody else. Yep.
I know, but he says drill, drill, drill. And what he means is he's actually going to sell off all our national parks and he's going to give them to his billionaire friends. And, the greediest people in our society are going to be in charge and they're going to take as much money from you guys as they can. And your stress is going to increase because there's going to be no such thing as overtime. When I said I'm not going to tax the overtime, I just meant that there's no such thing as overtime. So,
But expected to work overtime, just not be compensated
yeah, you
for
still have to work it. It's just your work hours now. It's not overtime. It's
Correct.
just like your 80 hours a week is what's expected of you, minions. And you think that that's overtime. That's not. That's just what you have to work to make your bills that, I'm imposing on you because I support health insurance companies and all these billionaire companies. Like, I like these guys that are running these things and I don't like you guys because you're dirty and ugly little minions. And so the thing about guns is that it's obvious that our founding fathers had some really bad ideas and we have had to amend our constitution because they had some really bad ideas
27 times we had to amend it.
a whole lot of times. And these guys are like, let's go back to when we just had tariffs. We didn't have taxes. Well, we had to change that because it didn't work. Like, that's what happens in the past. Like, when something doesn't work in the past, we change it. Only now you get to here. And they have elected a tyrant and they vote to keep their guns in order to, like, work against a tyrannical government, like make it make sense.
Well, they walk into their own point. The same people
Yeah.
that are saying it's to fend off the tyrannical government, but the government would have to, the Congress would have to make it okay to go after American citizens, which again is another lie. So that their own twisted logic, exposes them for exactly who they are. They just don't fucking care. They just don't care. They just do not care.
It's
quite
absolutely.
arguably, I think white Christian men in particular in modern America are probably the most selfish humans on earth.
And as a mom, I feel the weight of that because
I don't mean to be hyperbolic, but I'm serious. Like, think about what we see.
I know, but we've just done such a shitty job raising boys as YT people. Like, my dad, for instance, was the only son in a family full of daughters. And his parents celebrated his birth so much that when it was time to go on vacation, they loaded up the son and dropped the daughters off at the grandparents' house. And my dad went on vacation. My aunties never went on vacation. The son was so celebrated. And my dad was unfortunately a child of that generation and did not celebrate his three daughters. He'd never had any sons the same way as he celebrated the boys in the neighborhood.
Right. It's just a different logic. Hey, Poe, thanks for jumping in today. I appreciate you as always. Talk to you soon, okay? Be well. Thanks a lot. Hey, Chad, how are you?
Oh, I'm all right.
So you disagree with the fact that white conservative men in America are the most selfish humans currently on the planet?
I would argue that as a modern term, yeah, for sure.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I would have.
What do you mean you would have?
I'm Canadian.
Oh, so
half of my family are American, and they voted for Trump.
So they're selfish too.
How is this selfish? I would like you to explain to me the idea of selfish in modern terms, right? You understand that people run around with
conservative. Let me answer. You asked a question.
$100,000 chains.
Excuse me. You asked a question.
Like
It's
this,
okay.
right?
It's okay, sweetie. It's okay.
Wealth
It's
is
okay, honey.
for
It's
everybody.
Okay. Calm down. It's okay. So the reality of the reality of the conservative movement in America, and it sprinkles into Canada as well, is that you're selfish. You vote for tax breaks for the rich. They get richer and richer. You vote against funding public schools.
Mm-hmm.
You vote against providing healthcare services in marginalized communities.
Okay.
You vote against things like school lunches. You vote against things like protecting the environment. You vote against tax credits to help lift children out of policy. Should I continue?
You're just repeating yourself, basically.
No, those are individual.
What you vote for is
repeating yourself. Repeating yourself would be saying the same thing over and over again. I just excuse me, Chad. Hey, Chad. Hey, Chad. I'm gonna stick a sock in your mouth. Repeating yourself would be saying the same thing over and over again. I just gave you numerous examples of the things that conservatives vote against because you're all selfish cowards.
Okay, so like I said, I'm going to tell you exactly how you're basically repeating yourself.
Oh,
so when you're saying, okay, we vote against clean.
Nobody fucking cares about your opinion. Nobody really fucking cares. I just do not care. Don't fucking care. They'll never get it. They'll never get it. Political witch. Hi, friend. How are you?
Good. My husband and I were talking yesterday about Brett's Live and everything. I live very close to Uvalde, so it hits a little home. But
Kelly Lee, Kelly Lee, can you please send a request? Your account's on private. I'd love to talk to you as well. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. You make a point when you say people are always punching down against the LGBTQ, which I completely agree. And it got me thinking about instances in history where people have gone after marginalized groups and they're all great with that and everything's working out fine until what happens when you've gotten rid of every marginalized group. Then those people in charge start coming after you. And we've seen this in, say, like the Salem witch trials. Everybody was fine with hanging people accused as witches until they started coming after the governor of Massachusetts' wife. Then it was, oh, wait a minute, maybe we should stop this. This isn't right. And it's because they went after somebody in power. And then it got me thinking about McCarthyism in the late 40s and the 50s. Everybody was perfectly fine with rounding up people accused of being communist, blah, 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 until those people started stopping white American citizens on the street and asking them for papers and to prove that they're not communist. And then that was, oh, wait a minute, this might be wrong. So what happens, MAGA, when y'all have gotten rid of all of the marginalized groups? You can't blame it on LGBTQ people anymore. You can't blame it on black and brown people anymore. You can't blame it on liberals because you've quote unquote rounded us all up and gotten rid of us. Then who are you going to blame? And I think that's part of MAGA's cognitive problem that they have, is as long as they have somebody else to blame for their shitty decisions in life, then they'll continue. And that's what MAGA does. They're too immature to look at themselves in the mirror and say, it's not because of my Hispanic neighbor. It's not because of my Black neighbor. It's because I grew up making shitty decisions in my life, and the crap I'm going through is nobody else's fault but mine.
That's
so
exactly
what happens
right.
when they deport everybody and get rid of all these marginalized groups? Who are you going to blame then, MAGA?
I'm gonna play some audio. Thanks for jumping in today, which I appreciate you very much, friend. Thanks for being
Thank
here
you.
and for being such a supporter. I appreciate you. To that point, I just remembered this. In the 1940s, there was a lot of propaganda, obviously, and there was a film that was made that was designed to kind of talk about some of what Political Witch was just talking about how there's a perceived threat that fascist movements like to tell their society, aka Yahtzee Germany, about what's actually what they want them to think the threat is, and then the real threat shows itself later. So this is just kind of an idea. This was produced in the 40s. You can just listen in. It's interesting. There's some interesting
This
imagery.
video is from the 1940s, but it went viral after the recent events in Charlottesville, Virginia.
Mike's got something, all right. He's got America. But there are guys who stay up nights figuring out how to take that away from him.
The U.S. War Department released the film near the end of World War II. It was meant to spread an anti-fascist message, and it's titled, "Don't Be a Sucker."
We call them suckers.
The video features several characters, including a man giving a politically charged speech.
We'll never be able to call this country our own until it's a country without Negroes, without alien foreigners, without Catholics.
And an immigrant professor with a stern warning.
And I have seen what this kind of talk can do. I saw it in Berlin. I heard the same words we have heard today.
The film is a not-so-subtle reminder that history can repeat itself.
We must never let that happen to us or to our country.
You get the point, right? So you hear the rhetoric, right? You know, he used an N-word to describe the BIPOC community. He talked about Catholics. He talked about all the people, right? All the people who are the perceived threat, similar to what you see now. This is why I've spent so much time trying to educate people on history, because it is literally repeating itself. Same thing that we see time and time and time again. It's not a coincidence that we hear rhetoric like the enemy from within. It's not a coincidence that we hear rhetoric like the poisoning the blood. It's not a coincidence that they had a rally at Madison Square Garden. It's not a coincidence. It's all part of the message. Let's go after other people. Let's create a threat so that we can convince the voters amongst us who are, quite frankly, so woefully misinformed that they still believe the tyrannical government is out to get them. It's the tyrannical government that is fucking them by design because they've been too ignorant to pay attention. It's history repeating itself. We see it every single day, over and over and over again. And listen, you don't have to believe me. You don't. You'll just threaten me in my comments after the live. But this is history repeating itself. Hey, friend, how are you?
Hey, I'll be quick. I'm in a big, humongous 80,000-pound Uber. What's something I'm going to be honest. I don't know how to like make a difference. Or what can I do today, or what can we do today to tell our lawmakers that we want things to change? Is it writing letters? I honestly don't know what to do.
It's all of that. It's all of it. I mean, you have every single elected official in DC has what's referred to as constituency services. They have offices built to respond to their constituencies. Have you ever written a letter? Or emailed? Has anybody called their office? Has anybody confirmed what they're voting for? Have you pressured them to vote for things that matter to you? Do you know? I'm not calling out you. I'm saying to the collective. Do they know that the universal health care is incredibly important to you? And then ask them why they're not introducing legislation? Have you asked them if they supported the TikTok ban? All these kinds of things. Do you go to school board meetings? Do you volunteer in your community? Do you raise money for causes? Have you ever considered running for office? Do you go to city council meetings? Overwhelming majority of Americans, both right and left, will say no to those questions. That's apathy. That's apathy.
Thanks, buddy.
You got it, bud. See you later. Thanks for being here. It's that kind of stuff. It's those kinds of things. Why? Why can't you do it? They know me by name when I contact my elected officials. Now I'm fortunate because I have one rep to Congress. It's Becca Ballant, and then I have Bernie and Peter Welch, who are senators. They know me by name because I call often. I email because that's what we're supposed to do. They fucking work for us. They work for us. If we don't like what they do, we should be voting their asses out. So why then, on the right, do you not give a shit? You don't know what you vote for. You have no clue. You don't know history. You don't know anything about it. And then we've got mouth breathers trying to come up here saying, I don't know my history. I guarantee you, I know more about this shit than any of you. Any of you. I'll say this again. I said this publicly yesterday. If somebody can find me an argument against an economic argument and a social argument against universal health care, I will delete my account on the spot and you'll never see me again on TikTok. You can't because you won't because you can't. Hey, Paul.
Hey, buddy. I think at the end of the day, the reality is that America is just a very, very, very selfish country. I think that's what it comes down to. I posted about what happened in Wisconsin on my Facebook page, and two commented. That was it.
Yeah.
They all ignored it. They were posting about, one friend posted about the price of eggs after the shooting, or sorry, the event. They just don't care, facts, because it didn't come to their front door. I think
Paul,
we overcall.
Bro, even if they came to their front door, they still wouldn't fucking care. They still wouldn't care. I mean, there are MAGA voters whose children have lost their lives in schools. It's not just woke liberal kids. They still don't give a shit. They still don't care.
I own a 6-hour, but you know what? If I knew hypothetically that if I turned that in, that I would guarantee that I would save the life of one child, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Of course you would.
But there's people in this country that don't care about that because they only care about their own personal freedoms. When that caller called in, when he goes, "What do you mean that that we're selfish?" Is that I care about the kid and the family that's going through that. And today, they wouldn't be calling your show and having this eloquent tea and crumpet conversation, calm, cool, and collected. They would be angry. And the fact that all of us aren't sharing that same sentiment means that we're selfish because we're taking a point of privilege because our kid wasn't in that school yesterday.
Right.
Or the 322 events before then. I mean, we're a third world country, facts. I mean, I think that's what this comes down to. We keep telling ourselves that we're the greatest country in the universe of God that he's ever created, and we're just not. If you're a straight white Christian, it's great for you. For everybody else, they can pound salt. We don't care. I mean, I just don't know why this country doesn't want to just say what it is. That's what this is. That's why they didn't vote for Kamala Harris, because she's a woman. 248 years, half of our country are women. Oh, but it's not misogyny, Paul. Well, then what is it? You tell me what it is then. It's so infuriating. Like, these kids are never going to see Christmas again. And then today they're going to wake up and start posting pictures about cats. And all of us are contributing to this, facts. I mean, we all are. As a society, we can't just blame the lawmakers because we put them there. We can't blame the CEO of healthcare because people that blame them, the Republicans took money from that corporation, from that guy. They supported what he did. And they don't want to take ownership of it because they're selfish.
Exactly.
But the last thing I'll say is that, go ahead.
No, you go.
No, you're right. But the whole, cis white male, like they have the platinum version of the victim card, right? They're coming for my faith. They're coming for this. Oh, me. Oh, my pew-pews. Oh, freedom, 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 freedom. But they don't care about anybody but themselves. And I don't know how I don't know how you can fix that. I don't think you can. So then that begs the question, then how do you operate as a society when about 35% of our country are so selfish that they only care about themselves and they will vote against their own best interest. You can't work around that. And I don't know how you fix that.
Yeah, I mean, let's keep in mind that we just barely cracked 62% of registered voters voting.
Right.
That's a fix right there. More people being involved. And I'm calling out the left, the apathetic, lazy fucking left.
Oh,
The
yeah, they're
apathetic,
lazy.
The
This is
lazy
on
ass
them.
entitled left. Yep.
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 But
I know, bro. I know.
it's just disappointing. Like, I seriously am so like sickened by this country. They just don't care. I have family that voted for him, and that caller from Canada doesn't care. Like, he doesn't care that Donald Trump is.
You guys keep talking. I gotta pee.
Oh, it's okay. No, that Donald Trump is to his wife that level of stupidity and selfishness. So I don't know. What do you think, Mom? I mean, that's kind of how I feel about this. Off you
Yeah,
there?
I agree with everything you're saying. I mean, I have no disagreements. Everything that you're saying is spot on. You've been hitting the nail on the head the
Have a good
entire
day, bud.
time.
Yeah. No, it's just disappointing. That's all.
No, I get you.
I gotta go. Sorry, my kid's leaving. I gotta say bye to him. I'm sorry to leave you.
While I'm up here real quick, um, while Steve's away, I'm just going to remind you, let's get those likes up. Keep tapping the screen. We are at 411,000. We can definitely be up to 450. I'd like to see us get up to 500 if we could. If you hit the share button, you can share it to your friends, your family, your enemies. If you don't have anyone to share it to, hit that copy link button that also counts as a share. Good morning, Steve. How are you?
Hello, my friend. Thank you for being here.
I just going through. Oh, also the YouTube. Don't forget, because when this app eventually goes kaputs, we will be on YouTube, so make sure that you're subscribed over there. You can still subscribe here too, of course. Join the Discord. You don't have to be a sub to join the Discord, but if you are, there's some pretty cool perks that come along with it, like some sub-only events, discount in the merch store. Yeah, I mean, we've got some pretty great merch. I think we've got some new stuff in the works, don't we? From our last conversation.
We do. Speaking, since I said I just had to pee.
Yeah.
So I saw you. That's kind of why I did that. Yes, more merch coming. More merch coming. Yes. That's
Perfect.
right.
Oh yeah, Erica is confirming in the comments. Yes.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Moth. I appreciate you as always. You know that.
Not a problem. I appreciate you as well.
Have a good day. See you later.
Bye.
Listen, this shit gets to me, and we are in Live Fest. I don't know what it means. I think it's just like there's stuff up here that if you click on that, then it's just a different kind of gift. And I guess like we're 474 more diamonds needed to make the top 20%. Top 20% of what? Okay, cool. We've seen enough of what we've been talking about this morning to show the rest of the world that we're not the country that we think that we are. And those of us that have been paying attention for a very long time have known that. It's the same group of people, no matter what the circumstance is, especially, again, white, cis, hetero men that will play the victim card, afforded every fucking privilege imaginable in our society. The top of the heap. Every single one. And yet, for somehow or other, you pull that victim card out every day, every chance you get. Your rights, your freedoms, your civil liberties. You want to protect, you want to be the hero to defend against the tyrannical government that does not exist. The tyrannical government that is now filled with the billionaire class that you voted for. And you think these people are looking out for you? That's just crazy that you would think that. Like, it's just. Spicy chili, you can request if you'd like to. Hey, Gal Pal, how are you?
I'm well. How about you?
I'm fine, thank you. What's on your
I'm walking to my car because I'm getting ready to go to my job. But I wanted to say something. You're absolutely 1000% right. MAGA has never been about protecting the children. I have a brother who's an NRA member and proud carrying pew pew guy, and he's got children. And I would do anything for his kids as their auntie, but I don't think that his mom and dad would.
Yeah.
Because they
That's
wouldn't
the
give
sad
up their
part about it.
guns. And I just want to say, my heart, try to do this without crying, my heart goes out to these families that just lost their kids. I just don't even know what to say about it. But the last time we talked, you told me to do something. And I just wanted to update you and tell you that I did something. I picked a family to support during Christmas and Thanksgiving. And I bought them a full Christmas meal and a full Thanksgiving meal. And I got the sizes for gifts, and I got them some gifts for Christmas. Like you said, not everyone can run for office, but you can do something for somebody that really needs help. Exactly. And then there's a homeless guy that is right near our office, and I bought him some socks, because, socks are very well needed. Some socks, a couple blankets. Yep, and I got him 3 really big jugs of water, and he can put it in his cart and he can carry it with him, and it's just going to help him out. So,
Number one requested item at homeless shelters are socks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Crazy. Anyway, I love what you do. You know what? You keep me sane. You and all the other creators out there that do this so that we don't have to. And I send positive thoughts for your mental health every single frickin' day.
I appreciate that.
And thank you for doing this. And if anyone else is listening, just understand that Donald Trump and his new upcoming cabinet doesn't give a rat's ass about you. Nothing. So, you know what? When your eggs go up to like $60 a gallon, have fun.
Thanks, Gal Pal. I appreciate you very much. See you
Have a good day, hon. Bye-bye.
It's a great point, right? This is the thing about there's ways to move the needle. Incremental movement of the needle is a way to help sort of advocate for people who need help, right? Do you volunteer? Could you go to a hospital and could you read to kids? Because that's always something. The hospitals are loaded with volunteers. Could you go and donate your time at a houseless shelter, to serve food? People only do it around the holidays. There's all kinds of things that we can do, right? Because we know that our opposition won't, because they want to just diminish. They want to demonize everybody. They'll punch down. So what are you going to do? Can you volunteer your time at a school? Could you go and read to kids? Could you offer to drive people? Could you do Meals on Wheels? There's all kinds of things you can do. These are all things that I've done, that I advocate for. My kids do a lot of this stuff now. So take the ball and run with it. Dick, how are you today?
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
I'm okay. What's on your mind?
I've just been listening to your chat. I don't have anything negative to say, or anything, but I just don't understand why this isn't like more of a bipartisan issue. Like why does it always have to be? Yeah, like why does it? Like why does it have to be MAGA's fault? Why does it have to be everybody's fault? Why is it? I think it's more dividing than anything here. I don't think the conversation has to lean that way.
Well, so who did you vote for the presidency?
So like, why does that have to be a question that we have to address every time we start a conversation?
Because it's extremely important. Because again, we're talking about societal issues that impact everybody, right? Don't we live in one country? Aren't we all citizens?
Sure, but just, everybody has their opinions. They may differ, a little bit here and there. Everybody has their reasons to vote for who they voted for,
So
but it doesn't
why
mean
did
we
so
can't
why
get
did you why
along.
did you vote for Trump
It
then?
doesn't mean to.
But why did you vote for Trump?
Why did I vote for Trump?
Yeah.
I didn't only vote for Trump. I voted for RFK. I voted for Vivek. I voted for Elon.
You
I
voted for
voted for
Trump.
Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah,
Right.
I voted for Tulsi Gabbard as well. Do you like familiar with Tulsi Gabbard?
Oh yeah, the Russian asset. Certainly the person that Trump wants in charge of our national intelligence services. So who did you
Yeah.
vote? So in the last election, you voted for Trump. So why did you vote for him?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, just for that, the people that he is surrounding himself with, I feel like they have the best interests for the American people and myself.
Okay. So the best interest of the American people. So you think billionaires in government have the best interest of the working and middle class?
Most of the billionaires in government are Democrats. You
Sir,
can look into that.
that's absolutely not. Well, that's ridiculous. That's just absolutely not true. We're talking about in government.
Absolutely, it is
It's absolutely not.
in
And
government. Okay, but if you look at major
government.
corporations, okay,
That's
I
not
agree.
true
Okay,
either. That's not true either. Okay. So who's the richest man in the world that we think?
I'm not up to date on that, to be honest.
So Elon Musk. All right. He is now in charge of the Department of Government Efficiency. Do you think so? In Donald Trump's cabinet is loaded with people that total nearly $200 billion in net worth. Cabinet positions, meaning secretaries of departments. Do you think people in the billionaire class are looking out for the middle class and the working poor?
I mean, they could be. That's very well person to person. You're going to have to maybe give somebody a chance.
Give who a chance?
You're going to have to, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, maybe Elon Musk might have our best interest in mind. Whoever Biden or Kamala would have chosen, they might have had the best interest in mind as well. You don't know that until you see somebody and you see what they do.
But we do know that.
You really don't.
No, we do. We do know that. We
I think it's
know
very
that,
speculatory.
It's not, because we have a model. Do you believe in the theory of trickle down economics?
Well, I mean, opposed to communism or what?
Did I say anything about communism? I asked you. Do you
No,
do you support the theory of trickle down economics?
Well, everybody that's listening to this and everybody involved in this conversation right now, they are benefiting from that trickle down economics. Clearly,
Okay, so can you show me
way not any of us have ever made money.
Okay, sir, can you show me a point in the last 40 years where it's worked?
The last 40 years?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I'm not saying this presidency, this cabinet's going to have all the answers, but I think it's a step in the general right direction. And I don't know why it's got to be so polarizing.
Okay,
You recently just played Nazi clips for like.
Well, that's because it's not my fault that Trump shares Yahtzee sentiment. It's not my fault that he says the same thing that Schmittler said. That's his fault. You know, he said it. So Schmittler said the enemy from within. So did Donald Trump. Schmittler said poisoning the blood. So did Donald Trump. That's not my fault. Those are his words. So it's not my problem if you don't like it, but those are his words. So do you know what the concept of trickle down economics is?
Yeah.
What is it?
Well, I guess so. There's a money or a system or a corporation or a foundation or a government system at the top, and
It's not
people
government system. We're
work.
talking about it's not government.
It
It's
could be.
economic. No, it's economic.
Yeah.
It's an economic system. So the economic theory of trickle down economics. Do you know what it is? If you don't know, just say I don't know.
No, I understand it. It's like corporations have the money. You work for the corporation. You earn the money. The money trickles down to you. The money starts at the top, works its way to the bottom.
Okay, but it doesn't. That's my point. It never has.
Well, then where do you get your paychecks from?
Well, you don't. So that, sir, you don't
Everybody in
understand.
this chat is getting their paycheck from trickle down economics. It's clearly working to
Okay,
an extent.
no, that's not true because as a small business owner, you still pay your employees. Paying your employees is not trickle down economics. So
Yeah, and
in the system,
whoever you're doing a good or a service to is trickling their money to you, and you're
no,
trickling it to your employees, and it's
no,
trickling
no,
down.
no. That's no, no, no. That's not
Absolutely, it
how.
is.
That's not how it. No, sir, that's not correct. That's
Oh,
incorrect.
does it start
Let me
from the
explain.
bottom and work its way into your pockets then?
No, let me explain to you how it works. In
Okay,
capitalism, money is supposed to circulate. So since
right.
Reaganomics, so since we had, let's use 1980, we'll use Reaganomics, okay? We use Reaganomics. Money is supposed to circulate. What's happened since then is the wealth gap has gotten wider and wider and wider and wider because the lie that was told about trickle-down economics was to do exactly what you described. The money should circulate down to job growth. This money should circulate down to increase wages. The money should circulate down to hiring more people. It's never worked. The money has stayed at the top. The rich have gotten richer.
Yeah,
The poor have
I
gotten,
mean,
hold on, I'm not done. The rich has gotten richer. The poor has gotten poorer. Every single Republican administration since Reagan has offered corporate tax cuts under the guise of trickle-down economics, and it's never worked. So again, the question I ask for you, when you have billionaires in the cabinet passing legislation and implementing policy to benefit billionaires, how is that looking out for the rest of America?
oh well, I mean, so what do you think we had before Reagan? What did we have before Reagan? We didn't have trickle down economics.
No, we didn't. We had, what
What
the
what
corporate
did we do
tax rate,
then?
we had corporate tax rates
Oh
of
yeah,
around 50 to 55%. And we had a
yeah,
top marginalized tax rate of 90%. And that was the boom of the middle class. That's when suburbs were built.
yeah,
That's when public schools were built. That's when interstate highways were built.
yeah.
Our country, that's when we could live on one income. And ever since
I agree.
then,
Yeah.
they've been chipping away at the corporate tax rate. So again, answer my question. How is it when you have a cabinet of billionaires making legislation, passing policies, gutting the government, how is that looking out for the American worker?
No, I mean, let's talk about the deals in Ukraine,
Can you
and let's talk
answer
about
my
Hunter
question?
Biden, and let's
Answer my
talk about
question. Answer my
China.
question. We're not going to pivot. Answer my
Yeah,
question. Answer my question. Okay.
how's
How
it
is
going to
it that?
benefit? Well,
So how is it?
you know,
How are the working poor when we already see a Republican Party for the last 40 years at every chance they get to cut funding for social programs, going after Social Security, going after Medicare, Medicaid, not wanting to support SNAP benefits, not wanting to expand access to health care and child protections. That party now in charge, now loaded with billionaires who've gotten rich on the back of the elimination of those policies. Tell me now how it's going to work to benefit the middle class.
oh, I mean, I personally, I would say let's see, let's give it some time, let's give it 6 months, let's give it 8 months, let's see how it goes. But I think the possibilities out
Let's see
there,
how it goes.
just because
So you can't answer the question, is what you're saying.
I can't answer the question, or like how would it have gone if Trump didn't win? We don't know that either.
We
We don't
do.
know, like,
No, we do.
we don't know. Yeah,
No, we
well,
do
we
know. Do you know
watched
why we
Biden
know?
give milk.
No.
We
Do,
watched.
do you know? Do you know why we know? The reason we know is because part of
What
Kamala
about what
Harris's.
about tariffs?
I'm not done. Because part of Kamala Harris's economic
Okay.
policy was a tax break for the middle class. Donald Trump's tax policy is to give more tax cuts to the rich. So again, who benefits?
What about eliminating the national? What is it? The national income, or like the income tax? Like, I mean, that's going to
How does the
benefit
government?
everybody.
No, it doesn't. How does the government pay for
That's
things?
100% through
How does
tariffs.
so tariffs are inflationary, sir? Who pays for the tariff?
No, well, I mean, it depends on how it's going to go. You don't know it's going to work against our best interests.
Can you just try to answer a question instead of talking
We're
fantasy?
doing something.
Maybe let's try to
We
answer
are
a specific question, sir. What is a tariff? Tell me what it is.
sure.
What's a tariff?
Tax on foreign goods,
So who pays it?
importers and exporters.
Exporters don't. The importers do, and then who pays it on the other end? Consumers do, right?
Sure. Yes,
So
absolutely.
so your prices go up
On imported goods,
on everything.
on
25% from
imported
Canada and
goods.
Mexico. Yeah, imported goods. Your prices go up. They're inflationary.
Yeah.
That's what you voted for.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So
But
you
you could also strengthen America through buying locally, through sourcing locally.
Okay.
Instead of at the grocery store.
Do you think right? So agriculture that we get, so we get so much of our products, our fruits and vegetables from Mexico. So where do you expect that to come from? No, we do.
Well, like there's local farmers markets, there's local farms, there's local dairies, there's local butchers.
Farmers. So local farmers markets are going to pay. So when you go to the grocery store, do you think you get those?
That's where it all starts. That's where it all starts. And if you strengthen that infrastructure,
this is a total fantasy. This is a complete fantasy.
It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing, my friend.
It's not a beautiful. I'm not your friend. I'm not your friend. No, you can't.
Oh, that's harsh. That's harsh, man.
No, it's the reality. Sorry, your feelings are hurt.
I'm sorry you're so polarized. You can't fucking see out of your ass.
I'm sorry you're so ignorant of basic facts. You don't understand how any of this. Yes, you are. You don't have no idea how this works. You have no clue.
You have no fucking clue.
No,
you can strengthen America. You can build the infrastructure of America one day at a time, buddy.
How?
You don't. Why would you want to become
Tell
dependent?
me how. Tell me how.
Yeah. One day at a time. Buying local.
Tell me how.
Buying American made.
Tell me
how. I just
how.
told you.
No, how?
I just told you.
How does that work?
Yeah.
How?
So you buy American every day.
Okay, but so what are we going to buy American? Like what? What are we going to buy American? You think we
everything you
things?
Choose to buy?
Okay, so you think we can produce the items that we purchase from China now? You think we can buy them cheaply if we make them in America?
We probably should have done that over Black Friday, but no.
That's
like
not the question I asked you.
Yeah, no. Realistically, it's going to start. It's going to be a slow start, but it's a step in the right direction. You buy American made.
Can you try to answer a question?
It's because you cut me off every 10 seconds.
Because you haven't answered a question. You've danced around the issue. I'll speak slower. Okay, and talk maybe a little bit quieter.
Oh, let's act like I'm fucking stupid now. Okay.
Oh, that's not my fault. I don't have to say it. You're proving it. The reality of the circumstances, sir, is that we import products from China because it's cheaper. Why is it cheaper?
Yeah. Why are we doing business with China when they don't like us? Why are we doing business with Saudi Arabia if they don't like us?
So
if they're not,
so all the MAGA merch. Can you answer a question, please? See, you're afraid to answer a question.
It's called becoming dependent on America as a whole. Why do we depend on?
Do you have any MAGA gear that's made in China?
I don't have any MAGA gear. I'm not. I'm not a polarizing dick like you.
No, you are. So Canada and
I'm
Mexico.
Really not.
No, you are. So Canada and Mexico, along with China, are our three biggest trading partners. Should we not be allies with Canada and Mexico when it comes to trade?
No, we definitely should. But look at the crisis with Canada. Look at
what crisis with Canada? What
Mexico.
Crisis with
Canada? Look at the drug. Look at the drugs coming in from Mexico. Look at the problems with Mexico. Look at the cartels running rampant.
Okay. So
we shouldn't. Trade with them.
Are you trolling? Because I don't believe any person could be this ignorant. Seriously. So let's go back to the question I asked. Because you have no facts on your side, none. You haven't answered a question. I'm going to make it really simple for you. Why is it that we can get products so inexpensively from China? Why is that?
Slave labor.
Labor, right? So you think
slave labor, indentured servants?
I don't disagree with
that. You support Chinese kids working.
It's a straw man argument. It's a straw man. Nice try. It's a straw man.
That isn't. No, it's a straw. This is what you want. You want kids. You want kids in factories.
No, I don't. So again,
you want Foxconn factories.
Talking. This is a straw man. Okay, this is a straw man. I'm asking you because you're the one that made the claim that we can suddenly manufacture all that stuff in the U.S. And I'm asking you how. Now put on your big boy pants instead of monologuing and showing the world how ignorant you are. Explain to me how that would work, if you can, because you have no clue how. You have no clue how our system of government works. You don't know what trickle-down economics is. You don't know what tariffs are. But now, please espouse us with your wisdom as to how we can manufacture in our country when we don't have the manufacturing now or the labor force to do it, and suddenly it's going to be cheaper. Explain. Unmute your microphone, and again, espouse us with your wisdom. You can unmute. It's a little microphone button.
Okay, I apologize.
So
No,
explain
it's not.
to me how we can get it. Explain to me how we're going to manufacture everything here, like you said. Explain to me how that's going to work.
Yeah, I'm not claiming we're going to manufacture everything here, and I'm not claiming it's going to be a fast transition. But it is in the best interest of us if we're
How?
being taken advantage of. If there's slave labor happening in other countries,
How
it
though?
is
You
in
haven't
our
answered me
best
how.
interest.
Can you try to answer the how part? I'd like you to tell
Yeah,
me how. We don't have the manufacturing infrastructure now, and we don't have the labor force now. Oh, and by the way, your party wants to deport 10 million people who work in a lot of these industries. So tell me how it's going to work. How?
yeah. I mean, I don't know how it's going to be a slow transition. We're going to have to start manufacturing here. Some
Transition to
things
what?
we can into more of a manufacturing fucking kind of
That's
country.
not what our society is. We're not a
And it's not a
manufacturing
good thing.
society.
Yeah, and
We're
it's
an
not
innovation
good.
society.
It's
So you
not
want to go
good.
back? You want to go back to manufacturing shoelaces and widgets?
We should probably go back to a level of independence, and we should probably go. We should probably not enslave people in other countries. Every time you buy a TV, you just buy a TV. You're like, I'm glad these Chinese kids made this, so I can have it here.
Do you have a
That's
TV?
not right.
Do you have a TV?
Yeah.
So okay, you bought it
I
from where?
Hey, well, I'm not. I'm yeah. I mean, I'm not. I don't know why you got to fucking turn the finger at me, but I'm
Because
just
you're
talking in
clueless. You have
generalities.
no fucking
I'm not
idea.
clueless.
You are
No,
man. You are
you
clueless.
want to.
You are
What do you want? You
clueless.
want
You
you.
have absolutely no idea how any of this works, and this is what you voted for. You have no clue how this works.
No,
You're talking about
I know
this.
exactly how it works.
No, you don't. Then explain it
Yeah.
to me. How do we So again, I'll break it down for you slowly. If we buy shoelaces now, okay, we'll just use shoelaces.
Right.
We'll just use shoelaces as part of the
Yeah.
argument. If we buy them in
Okay.
bulk from China, Indonesia, Malaysia, where labor is exponentially cheaper than it is here,
Slave
how
labor.
is it then? Hold on. How is it that we manufacture same shoelaces in America without punishing Americans? How do we do that?
Well, there's a lot of shoe manufacturing companies in the United States of America. They also make shoelaces. You buy from them. The money you're spending on them goes into their business, and their business grows bigger. Their manufacturing
Trickle down economics. The wealth stays
grow
at the top. So
larger.
thank you for walking into the point. It's a very interesting way that you did that.
There's
So
always going
again,
to be wealthy people. I don't know why.
oh my
I don't
God,
know why that's your problem.
you
You just hate wealthy people.
I hate the billionaire class. Absolutely. Do you?
I mean, I think most people do, and I think
But you
yeah,
don't.
unequal distribution of wealth, just like
hold on. I bet you also. I bet
just
you
like
also
the
think
slaves
that.
making your stuff in China.
Right. I bet you also think that that Putin was justified in invading Ukraine. Right.
Well, I don't really have a huge stance on the Ukraine Russian war. I don't even know that.
But I bet you think it was justified. Right.
No, I'm
NATO
pretty.
expansion.
I'm big anti-war guy.
Oh, but you voted for Trump.
Yeah. Oh, the guy that didn't have a single border in his whole presidency. Yeah, I did vote for Trump.
That's actually not true. How come you? Where was your concerns about where was your concerns about about Syria and the Kurds? Where was your concerns about the Azov army being attacked by Russia during the Trump administration and Trump did nothing? Where was your concern then? You probably didn't know.
No,
that,
I've
though,
always
did
been
you?
pretty concerned. What are you talking about? You're talking about other countries that we don't intervene with?
No, I'm talking about Russia attacking the Ukrainian Navy in the Azov Sea during Trump's administration, and Trump did nothing about it. Why is that?
Well, why should we be the world police?
Again, but you're concerned about the Biden administration and what happened by Russia invading a sovereign nation. But why can't you hold this? Why can't Donald Trump abandon the Kurds who are our allies? Do you care about any of that?
I think lots of people that have served are more than
You served our country?
Like lots of them would go serve with the Kurds to this.
Did you serve?
I don't, but I am from a very military family.
And your military family supports you voting for Trump?
They've also voted for Trump.
So they're all fucking traitors.
Yeah.
All of you.
They've also they've also done several tours. Oh my God.
You're all
yeah.
so you're all traitors. You're all traitors.
That's class.
Yeah,
That's
you're all
class.
traitors.
No,
Yeah, okay, let's start again.
no.
What'd you have for breakfast today?
Because we want peace. We want peace
Let's
because,
just start again.
and we're
Let's start again.
traitors.
We got off on the wrong foot.
We
We got off on
want
the wrong foot.
American independence, and we're traitors. What did I
Yeah,
have for
okay.
breakfast?
Let's start. Yeah, what'd you have for breakfast?
Is that you really asked?
No, nobody fucking cares. Holy shit. God damn, unbelievable how just like, wow, fucking crazy. How just despicably uninformed they are. My God, that was, wow. Holy shit. Spicy chili, how are you today?
I'm I'm good. That was incredibly wild.
Wow.
Yeah. My flabbers have been gasted, but you know.
My gobs have been smacked.
Yeah. Literally.
Wow.
Good gracious.
Anyway, what's on your mind, friend?
Well, I mean, I 100% agree with this background in, you know, more than one way. I wasn't sure if you were specifically talking about the tragic thing that keeps happening in this country that literally just doesn't stop, or if it was about abortion, but it really can apply to both, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Yep.
So, I mean, I'm an adoptee who talks a lot about adoption and in the terms of, you know, people who suggest abortion, you know, who want to abolish abortion, just say put children up for adoption. And I just find it to be incredibly harmful. You know, systems that are so broken to be suggested is incredibly toxic and harmful to the children. And they have no idea how toxic that is. So I just, it actually really boils my blood when those things are said. So that's why I was curious as to which, you know, particular one you were talking about, was this applying to? So.
I think it's all one and the same, quite frankly. I mean, I read that March for Life poem that's incredibly powerful because they don't care about it when it's born. They care about it as a fetus, but they don't care about it once it's born. So
Yeah.
they don't care about. I mean, again, I've asked at least a half dozen. It's oftentimes white cis hetero men as well, although who knows what's in their browser history. If they would do anything to protect the lives of children, and they would say, "No, I'm not going to give up I'm not going to give up my rights." Would you give up your rights to your firearms if you knew you could save kids? Nope. Would you support expanding access to school lunches in schools? Nope. Universal health care? Nope.
Honestly,
So,
I think if we had universal health care, that thing with the UHC would never have happened.
exactly.
I honestly, I personally also think Big Pharma had to do with, you know, the quickness of how, you know, them tracking down this person. You know, because Big Pharma profits off of, you know, what doctors are pushing and whatnot. I also do work in the don't touch people healthcare industry. I do medical billing and coding. So it's really interesting to kind of see this playing out, as somebody who's been in this part of the industry for a good, I don't know, 5 or 6 years already. So yeah, MAGA doesn't care about anybody but themselves. Point blank, period. It's really, really sad how they just think that they do. But there's nothing about MAGA that has ever proved to me that they care about not only children but other people. I mean, this, you know, if he really does go through with denaturalizing people, I wasn't born here, and I was taken out of my country based off of being adopted. And if he truly does denaturalize people, I'm going back to a country I haven't been to since I was 2.5 months old.
Yeah.
And under his last rule, there were multiple people who were adopted out of country, like myself, whose you know, parents didn't even know that they didn't do their child's naturalization papers or even had to do them. They did them incorrectly, and those people are paying for it by they were being deported because, you know, these agencies didn't tell mom and dad or whoever that, you know, you have to get your child naturalized. They don't care about children. They really don't.
Thank you, Spicy. I appreciate you jumping in.
Thanks for having me.
You got it. See you later.
See ya.
Cookie, this was a picture of my daughter that my dog took off the fridge. So there you go. Anyway, that's crazy.
Good morning.
Defending, how are you today?
Good morning from Washington, D.C. It sounds like that's the equivalent of the dog ate my homework.
We had that happen last week as well. So there you go. But anyway, thank you for being here. What's on your mind?
So, question for you. Actually, two questions. I'm noticing this social media app has been deteriorating. It's been glitching, and at least for me, that's been my experience. What are your plans when this app goes away? Is my first question. And my second question is how have things shifted for the MAGA world and their reaction to the election, post-election?
I'll take your second question first. I think what we realize is that they have no idea what they voted for. And you're already seeing the defense from the right-wing echo chamber trying to justify Trump's statements when just the other day he said, yeah, bringing prices down, it's going to be really hard. Meaning that he ran on a lie. He told his voters that if you vote for me, I'll lower your prices and end inflation. And now, in a strange way, they're almost justifying the fact that their prices are going to go up. So that's the first part. So they don't know what they voted for. And we just had that experiment with a couple of guests ago. I'm not sure if you had heard any of that. As far as my future on social, we know that TikTok will be filing an emergency response to the Supreme Court in hopes to have the ban delayed. If it doesn't, then I'm working on trying to get to a certain number of subscribers on YouTube so that I can broadcast there. I'm also on Blue Sky. So the future is a bit uncertain at this point. It seems like it's going to be YouTube, but working on that, if that helps.
Yes. Okay, great. Well, I was just curious on what everybody's, my favorite creators, you're one of them.
Thank you.
What are going to be transitioning to. So a follow-up question on my second question, how are they justifying? What are some of the justifications that you're hearing?
Yeah, well, like I think we just heard some of it. You got to give it time. You got to see how it works. It's going to bring back American manufacturing because much like it was prior to the election, they're just repeating talking points. And my response is we don't have the labor force now to be able to manufacture all these goods that we import from other countries. And that's not what our society is. We're not a manufacturing society anymore. Our manufacturing is about innovation. We're manufacturing the next generation of innovation, whether it be AI, humanoid robots, energy, the sustainable energy products and services. That's not who we are anymore. We're not that kind of society. We don't have the factory. We don't have the workforce. And by the way, people who might take those factory jobs are going to be exported. So their follow-up, their connections to this fantasy is just that, a fantasy. Accepting the truth that tariffs are inflationary, accepting the truth that, when Canada punishes American consumers because of Trump's threat of tariffs and people can't heat their homes in northern climates, mine is one, that's going to be reaction and they'll try to find a way to blame someone else.
Right. Okay. So they're justifying and giving him grace.
Correct.
Okay. Gotcha.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thanks for being here. Appreciate
Thank you. Thank you.
See you
Bye-bye.
later. It's embarrassing. It really is embarrassing. My God, imagine being so lost that you don't know anything about what you voted for. Yeah, then move the goalpost. The goalposts are on wheels. Speaking of goalposts, by the way, my alma mater won our first national championship last night. That's not skiing. The UVM soccer team won the soccer national championship last night in overtime. Freaking crazy. And no one talked about the fact that we're one of the dominant schools in ski racing, but I don't think they count ski racing because obviously it's not for every state, but there you go. So that was kind of a big deal. And Burlington went nuts. Like bonkers. Catamounts, not cougars. But thank you, though. I appreciate the love. It was in extra time, yes. No, it was in overtime, not even extra time. It was in overtime. Purple Haze, are you there? I guess not. This is just crazy. I can't believe how just uninformed people are. It's just crazy. You got to justify voting for someone you don't even know what the fuck you voted for. But what about Biden? What about Biden? Okay. Yes, Erica, I saw you in your British footballing stuff. Yes, I guess. But I think in college they called it overtime. Hi, Devo. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
So I was coming up. I live in New York State, and I'm actually in the process of applying for my pew pew permit.
Okay.
Never really interested in those at all, and just with just the state of everything, I figured it couldn't hurt. Keep it locked up, have it at my house, and as I'm sure, I don't know how many people know, but the guidelines for getting that in New York State are pretty intense. And I mean, I can share what those are. There are a lot of steps to it, but I guess my question is, why do so many people that are all about rah rah 2A so opposed to any sort of process or licensing or anything like that? Like you do with anything else, you drive a car, you have to get a license. You get a mortgage, you have to apply for it. You know what I mean? Like there's pretty much everything in our life you have to apply for, with the exception of that. Like in New York State, you have to go to a 16-hour classroom course, 2-hour live fire. You have to do your background checks. You have to get 4 references to sign off for you, fingerprints, all of that. And I guess I don't know why people are so opposed to that.
4 words for you: shall not be infringed.
Ugh.
So, the lessons that we've all learned today, and thank you for the roughly 1,000 people who have been hanging out all day, is that they don't know the history of the Second Amendment. They don't know why it was written. They don't know that there was a version prior to the one that's currently in our Constitution. They don't know what commas mean. So it's been this fantasy, and it's this fantasy, Call of Duty fantasy, call whatever you want, that someone's going to stand up with their AR-15 and defend everybody else against the tyrannical government. And
Yeah.
so in their mind, if we regulate, in which again the Second Amendment calls for regulating, well regulated, in fact, they're not the militia, it's the state militias, but that's a whole different conversation. That's well above their pay grade. They're part-time assistant to the assistant manager job. They will do everything in their power to say, I will not give up my rights, even if it means saving kids' lives. So they think one little thing, by having to register, one little thing having to insure, one little thing having to take a class, means that, well, this is the first step to regulations, first step to me losing my rights. So they don't want to do it.
No, I agree. To me, it's not infringing on your right to have that. I mean, like, I'm looking at New York State, like you have to be a U.S. citizen or legal. I'm doing it, and it's like, well, it's extra time I got to take out of my weekend to go to this class, but whatever. Like, I'm not complaining about it. I'm actually glad that they're doing all those checks. So I don't know. I understand that the 2A is misinterpreted a lot. I just don't understand. They're doubling down and rah 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 my pew pews. I don't know. I don't get it, and I don't know what needs to be done to change that. So
I agree. Thank you for being here, Devo. I appreciate you very much.
all right, thank you. Have a great day.
You too. I can't even try to get into the mind. A lot of room in there of the conservative voter these days, but it's just anyway. Ridiculous Slick. How are you today?
Good morning. It's great to be on your show again. And of course, I get my coffee out here in California, and I come upon your show, and you're always talking about what I am concerned about. There are several things I need to say, Steve, or I would like to say. First of all, you are very right about MAGA not caring about protecting our kids. As a matter of fact, I did a post, and I'm actually considering working on a law that we could have be placed federal, because, of course, MAGA doesn't like federal laws. But all across America, some Democrats have done it, but mostly Republicans have been passing laws to make it legal for adults to marry teenagers.
Exactly.
And that
Exactly.
is wrong.
What makes it worse? Let me add some context to that. I think it was the state of Missouri, and there's a few others. Democrats petitioned the government to enforce raising the age of consent to marry to 18, and Republicans voted against it.
Exactly.
Against
and
it.
I'm working on this. I'm working on after the new year. I'm working on developing this law. I did a post about it, and it's very simple, and that is no adult is allowed to marry a teenager, anyone under the age of 18. Bottom line, and I nickname it. I call it a vegetarian bill because it's going to have no pork. No little piggies, no funding, no projects, nothing attached to it. Just the bill in itself. And I think it will show something that America doesn't know about, and that is this: that it is actually Republicans who are passing these laws. So I think that's something that we can bring out and show, what Republicans are really doing. Because I'm sure if you've seen in the comments, there are always MAGA making little comments about how perverted the Democrats are. And I think this law would show America, wow, okay, it really is Republicans doing this. They are the ones who are not protecting our children. And that's very important.
I'll remind people again, an Indiana elected official took his 21-year-old daughter to Las Vegas to celebrate her birthday, raped his own daughter. The news went public. 15,000 Republicans still voted for him.
Oh yeah, and so that's what I think. That's what I think this law will do. When I did the post, I don't have a huge following like you, but when I did the post, I had someone come in and comment, a blue voter come in and comment. These laws already exist, and I had to say to him, go check and see. And he came back and was like, wow, this is really wild. So this is something we need to work on. But one of my other ones is I love passing this little trick around, but my favorite thing to do, you just spoke about the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, and I had went to research it about a couple of months ago, and just happened to look at the First Amendment. All right, and we've all been through civics class. We know what the First Amendment's about, right?
Sure.
Free speech. Wrong.
Freedom of press, freedom of peaceably assembled.
The First Amendment is about much more before free speech is listed. What it says is Congress shall make no laws respecting an establishment of religion.
It's called the Establishment
That
Clause.
is separation of church and state. And we have Congress people like Lauren Boebert who's saying that separation of church and state is nowhere in the Constitution. And it's in the First Amendment. And so if you ask a MAGA about it, they're going to say, oh, well, it's about this and, it's about free speech and it's about much more. We didn't need this because years ago, it was used very much because they were trying to remove themselves from the throne of England. But we need that now. Everybody needs to look at the First Amendment and remember that because it's about separation of church and state. It's about freedom of religion, and it's about freedom of speech and press. But those items come before free speech. So we need to relearn what our First Amendment is about. And I'm going to be using it a lot, Steve. I come here and I listen a lot because you have very important issues. Steve, I am a long-term survivor of AIDS. My health level status is very low. And if I lose my health care, I will unalive very quickly. So this is unalivingly serious for me. I'm not going to stand by and just allow this man to take my health care. So I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Slick. I appreciate you being here and be well. Thanks a lot. I'd like to address a comment that I've seen this splashing all day again because MAGA just does not understand basic facts. The claim about 300,000 missing children. Here's the weird part about that, MAGA. Republicans began making this claim that more than 300,000 unaccompanied children had been lost after the Department of Homeland Security released a report in August which showed that Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, did not serve notices to appear in court to 291,000 children between the years, are you ready? 2018 and 2023. Wow. I think Donald Trump was the president in 2018. They just missed court dates. Unaccompanied minors. Unaccompanied minors that failed to show up for immigration court dates from fiscal year 2018 to 2023. Oh no. What are we going to do about that? Facts are hard. Facts are hard. Exactly, not missing. Just missed a court date. Lightblade Academy, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Do you agree with my prompt?
For the most part, yeah, I'm like 95% there. You were talking a lot about economics and manufacturing. I just wanted to throw something out there.
Okay.
I'm a bit of a nerd and a political independent. So like, if everybody wants to steal this idea and run with it, go for it. What I think we actually need when it comes to like pushing forward a positive economic agenda for the United States is we need to set like some sort of large scale national goal that can like really bring people together for like kind of how it was done in the 30s with like a lot of the New Deal monuments and stuff like that, like building the Hoover Dam and things like that. Like we need something closer to that.
How about massive investments in infrastructure?
Yeah.
I mean
that, but
why couldn't Republicans?
A lot
get
of
on
that
board?
would come alongside like a different goal. Like a lot of that could be like. What I was going to point out was, especially in the modern day, like with the level of engineering capability and AI and everything we have access to, we need to set like a larger scale, like goal, something more like trying to get, not like people on Mars. I think that's kind of like a poorer idea, but more emphasis in like aerospace technology and things like that. I would set the goal of building a space elevator.
Why the fuck would we do that when we don't have health insurance?
Well, space technology has already helped revolutionize the medical
I don't care. Why do you want to build a space elevator when we don't have health insurance?
I mean, people would get jobs. Those would be government jobs.
Why do we want to spend money on a space elevator when we don't have health insurance?
Okay, get everybody to agree on health insurance. That's not what I'm talking about.
Do you live on the moon now?
No.
What do you think we've been trying to do for
I'm talking about building, like, setting a goal like this, something large scale, something that would require multinational investment.
Universal health care? Like setting a goal like universal health care so that every American can
get
have
everybody
healthcare?
to agree on that.
And you think we're gonna get people to agree on a space elevator?
Fuck yeah.
Dude.
Get
what
Elon
the fuck? Oh my God. I'm gonna clip that. I'm gonna have some fun with we can't get people to agree. Holy shit. We can't get people to agree on protecting kids in school. We can't get people to agree on taxing the rich. We can't get people to agree on universal health care and funding public education, but we're going to get people to agree on a space elevator? Do people really think that is like serious? Like, was he trolling me? What? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that was a
Flash,
crazy
how are
take.
you?
I'm good, and you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind, Flash? Do you agree with my prompt?
Absolutely. I want to give an outsider perspective. So in South Africa, we have we don't have completely free healthcare, but we do have an insurance plan that offers like a proper like insurance, like people can get everything back. So, for example, if you want to get like a surgery, you can get that without any rejection. And another thing is, kids are definitely not protected by the U.S.
Yeah, we know. They're not prioritized. Like, I think the right looks at them as property.
So, and I see one person comment always South Africa. That was not needed.
Okay.
I want to say
Anything else,
everything you
Flash?
say was everything you said was completely right. But also, South Africa is a perfect example you should use because like South Africa always had gun problems, which was diffused until recently.
Okay.
Could you
Thanks for being
did you
in
hear
today,
me?
Captain. I've got to wrap. I've got a couple more people are requesting,
Hello?
but thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Thanks a lot. I'm not gonna have time to get to everybody, but CAC. I did not have space elevator on my bingo card. I did not have that one. I must admit.
No, sir. No,
Hello,
sir.
my friend.
Yeah,
How are you, brother?
I'm doing okay. The fact that that person brought up that we need a space elevator when there were children that had passed away just yesterday because of GV, fucking wild, guys. You brought up a great point, Steve, that we don't even have fucking affordable health insurance to make sure that if people get hurt during this elevator building, that they can afford to go and get fixed up. So no, we need more. We definitely need more interest in the fucking people of this country, not things, and not the greatness of this country. The only way this country becomes great is if we boost the people up and fucking take care of our people. It's so simple.
Yeah, you're a bit more optimistic than I am. I don't think our country has the capability of being great, to be honest. We're never.
Oh
We're
yeah,
never
no,
at
and
least
that's
in my lifetime, I don't think we're ever going to prioritize anything that should truly
no,
matter.
not even in my
But
daughter's lifetime will we see the change this country truly deserves.
yeah, agreed.
But yeah, I just wanted to come up real quick, Steve. Thank you so much for doing everything you do. I'm on a ban right now, so if there's anybody that could follow me real quick on this backup account, that would be amazing.
Everybody, please follow AC's backup. He's a friend. He's a great creator. You've said incredibly kind things about me. I'll return the favor, bro. Please follow his backup if you guys haven't yet.
I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, no, I'm on ban till the 21st, so I have 0 live access until then. So, but yeah, no, I can't get why people don't understand that the money they want to put towards these projects, these long-term investments are great and all, but we need to invest in the fucking people, in our children, in our education system. Yeah. Like it is just, it's so wild. These people want to do things without the education, the health insurance, the welfare of the people.
Indeed, the general welfare of the people. Absolutely right, Brian.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you very
much.
Yes,
sir. All right, it's Steve. Have yourself a great day, brother. Love listening to you.
You too, bud. See you later. Take care. All right. So you know what, guys? I have decided that instead of trying to keep defending democracy, instead of trying to stand up for marginalized communities, instead of defending the rights of the people who need our help and our protection, I am all in on Team Space Elevator. I'm still gobsmacked. My gob has been officially smacked. That was just, it's a great way to end the day, but holy shit. Anyway, thank you all for being here today. We have to keep talking about this. And as a reminder and a request, when you are in right-leaning spaces, remember I go there so you don't have to. You're welcome. But if you are, hold them to it. Make them defend it. Make them defend the fact that every chance they get, their party votes against SNAP benefits, expanded child tax credits, public funding for school meals. They want to do away with the Department of Education, which would eliminate access for special needs kids in school. among other things, Pell Grants in case they want their kids to go to college. They want to overturn the EPA. They don't want the EPA. They don't want the FDA. They do not care. They do not want to even have conversations about reasonable legislation to protect kids in school. Hold them to it. Do not let them win on their argument of we're the moral right or their Christian views. They care about the it. Remember the fetus? They care about the fetus. They don't give a shit once it's born. Do not fucking care. Hold them to it. Do not let them own that narrative. Do not. Ignore their hateful rhetoric towards the LGBTQI community. Ignore their anti-trans bullshit. Put it right in their fucking face. Prove to me a time in history when you've done anything to protect children in our country and force them to answer. Don't let them up. Advocate, volunteer, be a part of your community to help people's lives better. Okay? We're going to support our friend Zeus. You guys all know Zeus. Zeus is doing the work. Please tell him we said hi. So we're gonna rate our friend Zeus. Appreciate you guys very, very much. Thank you, mods. Thank you, team. A reminder, if you haven't found us on YouTube yet, we're streaming over there. I'll let the stream run for a couple more minutes so you guys can head on over and subscribe, because that may be where we end up. If it's not there, then perhaps I'll be doing the elevator music for the space elevator. What the fuck? Thank you, friends. Appreciate you guys. Mods, would you mind posting in the chat Zeus's contact information or his account so our friends can head on over there? Is Zeus done for the day now? Is he not live anymore? Is Zeus not live? Does anybody know? I can't tell. If he's not live, then then you have choices. Either Danny, Tic Tac, maybe even Adam. But anyway, thank you guys.